Hey dreamers, imagine relaxing in bed as it rains outside as you prepare to embrace the transformative power of sleep. You can take a moment to allow yourself to get comfortable and close your eyes. And as you drift deeply and soundly asleep, I don't know whether you'll drift deeper asleep to the sound of my voice or to the spaces between my words. But each time you listen to these stories, people say they become like an old friend. You just find yourself drifting asleep quicker and easier and sleeping comfortably through the night. And with your eyes closed, you don't have to pay any attention to the way your body is preparing for sleep, the way you're beginning to relax as a mind and body, the way you seem to almost be breathing in peace and calm and breathing out any stress and tension. You can just focus on absorbing yourself into the story, like tuning in to an area of stillness in your mind. And you can always keep in mind that when you hear me telling these stories, then you can let go of wakefulness and drift into the most pleasant sleep. And you can imagine a calming light flowing through you as you begin to enter the first stage of sleep, allowing that stillness to set in and the muscles to relax, like enjoying the ever-present comfort of your bed lulling you gently asleep. So as you listen to me and drift asleep, you may find yourself falling asleep before you realize, or realizing you're falling asleep and trying to stay awake for a moment. And that's okay. You can let go, relax, and just enjoy the process of drifting asleep into slumberland. So as you listen to me and begin to comfortably fall asleep, I don't know whether you'll drift off asleep faster to the sounds of my words or to the sound of my voice, or whether you'll drift off to sleep faster to the spaces between my words. And as you comfortably begin to fall asleep, you can allow your eyes to close as you listen to me talking in the background. And while I talk in the background as you fall asleep, I'm going to tell a story about a person out on a horse one day. And this person enjoyed going out horse riding. They lived near some vast open countryside with sprawling meadows, a few rolling hills, and some woodland. And they enjoyed going out regularly, exploring this countryside. And one day they were out exploring the countryside, sitting on the back of the horse as it rode out of their farmland and started riding off into that countryside. And they could feel the horse between their legs, the warmth of the horse's neck at their hands, the feeling of the movement as the horse walked, and the sound of the horse's hooves on the floor. And they could feel the air on their skin and notice what the sky looked like while the afternoon sun travelled across the sky. Noticing the way the breeze affected the grass and wild plants seeing birds flying in the sky. And just enjoying a comfortable ride out into the countryside. And after a few hours of riding, they stopped for a while, gave the horse something to drink, and the horse started eating some grass. They could hear that sound of the horse taking mouthfuls of grass, while they stopped and had something to eat and drink as well. And they thought about how calm and how pleasant these riding experiences are. Just that opportunity to get away from everything for a while. And while they sat there, letting their horse rest and eat, they rested and let their mind wander, just drifting to pleasant thoughts, pleasant ideas. And after a while they continued their journey on that horse. They were heading to a lake, which is down near the woodland. And they continued on that horse all the way down towards the lake. And as they approached the lake, they noticed how the air temperature changed slightly. The breeze was a little cooler as the air blew across the surface of the water before reaching their face. They noticed how the sun was beginning to set. And they decided now, as the sun's beginning to set, would be a good time to put up a tent. Start a fire, cook some food, and settle down for the night. So they put up a tent on the edge of the lake. They created a small fire just in front of the tent. They tied the horse to a nearby tree, giving plenty of rope for the horse to roam around, to lie down, to walk over to the lake, have a drink. And they gave some extra food to the horse. They felt the horse was almost like family. And they made themselves some food on the fire, had themselves a drink, and just sat in the entrance of the tent, just being, not doing anything particular, but just being. They sat in that entrance of that tent, hearing the crackling fire as it started dying down to embers, feeling the warmth given off by that fire as it died down to embers, seeing the way the moonlight danced on the surface of the lake, and the stars they could see in the sky. And as they gazed up at those stars, noticing the way they were twinkling, noticing the occasional shooting star that they almost heard whiz past, they just found the experience so calming, so relaxing. This opportunity to have some peace, some quiet, some time to separate from the hustle and bustle of daily life, of jobs they've got to do, of different tasks, different responsibilities. To be able to just focus on being in the here and now, being in this moment, just enjoying being here. And they could hear the lake very gently lapping on the shore. They continue to feel that breeze, mixed with the warmth of the fire, and hear the sound of their horse lying down not far away. And then after a while, they began to feel tired. They began to want to drift comfortably asleep. So they lay back in their tent. They did the tent up and began to drift comfortably asleep. And while they were drifting comfortably asleep, they could hear the breeze on the outside of the tent, hear the sounds of nature outside the tent, more relaxing and drifting and falling asleep for the night. And then in the morning, they were awoken by the sounds of birds, by the glow of sunlight, making the tent seem to glow on the inside, with just light coming from all directions. And as they started reorienting to the sounds, to the sights, they began to notice the movement of the side of the tent with the breeze. They opened the entrance to the tent and breathed in that fresh morning air. There was still just the slightest warmth from the fire, from the embers that had burned down. And their horse was already up, eating some grass, appearing very chilled. And they came here because they'd heard that there was a book on the island in the centre of this lake. And they wanted to go and try and find it, because they'd heard this book taught some secret knowledge and wisdom, and that got them curious. They'd heard legends like this about this area before, but they'd never thought that the actual location was somewhere so close that they could check out for themselves and see if it's real. Or at least check it out and discover it's just a legend. So they got themselves a raft that inflated, that had been carried on the horse's back. They placed it down on the edge of the river, on the edge of the lake. And they inflated that raft. And they left their tent all set up. They saw no need to take the tent down. And they got in the raft, pushed away from the shore, and started rowing across the lake towards the island in the centre. And there was a few trees on that island, some bushes on that island, occasionally birds' nests on that island. and birds would often congregate on the island because it was away from the edge of the lake, where any foxes or other predators could perhaps get them. And they rowed out into the lake. You could hear the sound of their oar as they pushed the water behind them, and could feel that weight of the water being pushed, and feel the way that the raft gets pushed forwards with each push of the oar. They noticed how the air smelt so fresh just above the water as they continued rowing in the morning sun. And after about 20 minutes of rowing, they arrived at the island. Rowed the boat a little bit up onto the island and climbed off, and then pulled that raft out of the water because they didn't want to have to swim back to the other side. And then started exploring this small island, looking for any clue as to whether there is actually a book hidden here. And they explored around the outside of the island first, and then started walking slightly inward and explored in a circle again, and then walked slightly inward again and explored in a circle again. Then they noticed a carving in a tree of an arrow. And so they followed the direction that arrow was pointing. And they didn't know how far they should follow it, what clue they would see, or whether the arrow is even related to what they're searching for. But it was a starting place, and if they didn't find anything, they can always walk back to that tree and continue circling around the way they had been. And as they walked, with their senses open, gazing around, looking for anything that could be a clue, they tripped over something on the ground, and then found that it was a small little stone that had been carved but had now grown over with grasses and mosses and vines, and so pretty much blended in with the surroundings. And that was pointing in a different direction. So they started walking in that direction. They thought 2 clues means they must be onto something, even if they don't know what. And that they definitely must be clues, because the first pointed in one direction and the second was on that route. And as they walked, they arrived at a tree that seemed to be directly in their way. And they thought about walking around the tree and carrying on walking until they find a clue. But they wondered, what if the tree is the clue? Why would you bury something or have something somewhere where the direction you have to point guides you straight into a tree? Wouldn't you just have it point slightly off from that and pass straight past the tree. So they took some time to start to analyse that tree, to look at that tree and see what they can learn from it. And the size of the tree matched up with the idea that whatever it was buried a few hundred years ago. Because this tree looked like it had probably been there that kind of length of time. And so they looked around the base of the tree, trying to find any clue. And then they broadened out a little bit from the base and circled around again, looking closely at the ground, trying to find any clue. And then they got down on their hands and knees and started stroking the hand just above the ground, trying to see if there's any clue. And with their hand they noticed a very slight lump on the ground, a little bit away from the tree. And there wasn't any other lumps on the ground. The rest of the ground was just normal grass and mud, and yet this lump seemed a bit more solid. And it could just have been a piece of root, but they decided to uncover it and take a look. And they found that it was a little metal handle, like a handle to a trapdoor, and that there was an entire small trapdoor buried just ever so slightly under the mud, with just the handle poking out. They tried to pull the trapdoor open, but it didn't pull open easily because of all the roots of the grass and other plants over the top of it. So using a penknife they carefully cut at the roots just around the outside of the trapdoor, and then lifted that trapdoor open and saw some narrow steps heading down diagonally to underneath the tree. And they thought, this definitely is a clue. There's definitely some reason for all this. And they squeezed down those narrow stairs, going deeper and deeper under the tree. They used a torch to see, and they noticed that it opened up into a cavern that appeared to be supported by some kind of stone structure, and the tree obviously was growing above that. And the structure was arched in all directions. And in the centre was a pedestal with an old ornate book sitting on that pedestal. And they walked over to that book. They thought about whether they should take this book with them or leave this book here. And they decided, if it's been here for this long, it's best really to keep it here rather than take it. But they did think that maybe someone else in the future would come here and would actually take it. And so they opened the book and started reading. And what they read was that this book was placed on the site of a spring that filled the lake, and the whole island was built on top of that spring. and the water seeps up through the island and starts filling the lake around the edges of the island. And they continued reading, and they learned that this spring is a fountain of youth. And that the water in the lake leads to youthfulness, to healing, to well-being. And that the newer and fresher the water is at the point of the spring, the more effective that healing property is. And they read that this had led to some problems, that people were fighting over the spring, that they were fighting over wanting this water, over wanting power, and wanting to live forever and be fit and healthy forever. And that as the water over time loses its effectiveness, it was decided to build an island over the top of the spring, so that by the time the water has filtered through and spread out into the lake, quite a bit of time has gone by. And by the time anyone drinks the water at the edge of the lake, they'll get some healing benefit. But they're unlikely to live forever because of drinking that water. And so the potency is significantly reduced. And they had to stop it being possible for people to drink from the spring. And then as time went on, initially people were kept away from the area, and there were legends and rumours about this spring, this fountain of youth. But as future generations couldn't see that there was any evidence of this, they just assumed it was legends. And the book was left here to tell the story. By the last survivors from the Fountain of Youth, who had been drinking the water, and who made the decision to stop drinking the water after they saw that it had drifted into legend. And the person felt that perhaps someone else might come and do the wrong thing by this message. But having this book in any other location would lead people to investigate and try and find this spring, would ruin the environment, would dig up the lake, until eventually they'd find the spring, and someone would probably try and make money selling that spring water. And so they closed that book, kept it where they found it. They covered over the trapdoor after they left it. They knew it wouldn't take long for nature to reclaim the top and clean everything up. They added a bit more dirt this time to hide the handle. They removed the waypoint, the stone marker, so it wasn't pointing there anymore. And they left the arrow on the tree. And they went back and they rowed back over the lake. And the sun was beginning to set, so before they journeyed home, they decided to camp one more night. They checked on their horse, had a little talk with their horse, gave the horse some food and rode the horse around a little bit. And then settled down for the night in the tent, drifting comfortably and relaxed to sleep before heading home in the morning. So as you listen to me and begin to comfortably fall asleep, I don't know whether you'll fall asleep faster with the sounds of my words, with the spaces between my words, or whether it'll be with the words that I use. And as you fall asleep, so I'll talk in the background and tell a story. And I'll tell a story about a man who is one of the first to start colonizing Mars. And there's only a handful of people who have started colonizing Mars. And they've been creating a domed Martian base. That's made with see-through aluminium that looks just like glass. And so one morning, this man was out on his run, as he does every morning, where he runs around the inside of the dome. And he does a number of laps around the inside of the dome. And while he's running, he still hasn't got used to the fact that it feels different to when running on Earth. That each stride launches you further and is more effortless than on Earth. And so, because of this reduced gravity here, he has to run and exercise for a couple of hours a day to make sure that he keeps himself fit and healthy and keeps his bones fit and healthy. And while he runs around the inside of the dome, he often finds himself gazing out of the dome, gazing through the triangular windows, gazing through that see-through aluminium that looks like glass. And while he does, he sees the red planet. He sees how it looks kind of familiar but alien at the same time. That there's no life out there. on the surface. And that it looks like places he'd been to train on Earth before his trip here. And occasionally vast dust storms appear, and everything gets plunged into darkness inside the dome, and so they have to use artificial light. And the dome's powered by many different power sources. They gather some of the wind, and when dust settles, that tips the propellers and also then powers them, because the propellers are designed almost with little cups on them. They're designed to be really smooth, that channels the cups to the end, channels everything to the end of the propeller. So any dust that lands on a propeller blade doesn't stick, but flows into that channel, reaches the end of the blade, creating a little bit of extra weight on that blade, making that blade lower down. And then as it lowers down, it empties the dust. And as it empties the dust, the next blade is filling up. And then that one lowers down. So it catches some wind, but even during dust storms, it can get powered by the dust itself. And they also use solar panels and have a huge array of solar panels. But those panels need wiping down after dust storms and become virtually, if not totally, ineffective during dust storms. And they've been creating other fuel with resources they've found on Mars. And part of their job is to do the research to make sure it'll definitely be self-sustaining for more colonists to come here. And the man continues running around the inside of the dome, noticing how the sun has a very slightly purple hue as it's near the horizon. And inside the dome is a comfortable temperature. And yet he's aware that outside the dome, even though it doesn't look cold, it's actually way below zero. And after his running around the dome, he then does some more exercises before having some breakfast. And after breakfast, it's his job to get on with some work. And he gets into his spacesuit. He walks into an airlock as the door shut behind him. As the section changed in pressure, opens the other airlock and walks out onto the Martian surface. And inside the spacesuit is a speaker connected to a microphone that's on the outside of the spacesuit, so that he can clearly hear what it would sound like to be walking on Mars without the spacesuit on. You can hear his footsteps. You can hear when the breeze blows against the microphone. And they've been experimenting with attempting to create life that can survive on Mars, with the plan that in centuries' time they could perhaps terraform Mars. But if they can create life and plants that they can eat, that can grow in Martian soil and the Martian atmosphere, they don't then have to do all that inside the dome. They can maximize space by doing all that outside the domes. And so he goes over and he chisels away at some bits of stone and takes samples, puts them in a bag. He chisels away at other stone, takes samples, puts them in a bag. He then goes to different locations where experiments have been carried out, where seeds have been planted. And the seeds are unable to be watered because the water just evaporates or freezes, depending on what they do to the water. Or is far too salty. So they have to try and figure out what areas maybe a hardy plant could grow. And so he goes over and looks at one area. Nothing's growing there, so he marks that down. He goes to another area and it's the same, nothing's growing there. He goes and checks out another area and nothing's growing there. And then he checks in an area that is just inside a nearby cave, just in the mouth of a cave. And he notices the tiniest of little bits of life. He notices some small leaves just poking out of the ground. And somehow this is able to survive here. Perhaps because it's just out of the radiation. Maybe in this cave area there's a little bit more moisture just under the ground, near enough for the roots to reach. Whatever the reason, there seems to be a bit of life here. So they take a sample of this bit of soil that they can analyse and try and work out what's different about this specific location. And if it works out in this location, the difficulty is that it's not so scalable, because they can't just grow all the plants in caves, and the plants would probably still need some kind of sunlight for photosynthesis. But something he notices while he's checking in the cave is that there's something on the walls It looks like it's a bit slimy, and it's something that perhaps is growing without photosynthesis. And he doesn't know whether it's something that's naturally Martian or something that has got there from Earth. But he knows it's not part of the experiment. And he knows if he hadn't walked into the cave just that little bit further than usual, and hadn't been near the side, he perhaps wouldn't have noticed in the dark cave that there was this stuff on the walls. And he knew that on Earth there are some things that survive without photosynthesis. And so he takes a sample that he can take back to be analysed back in a lab, back in the dome. And he carries on his rounds and finds nothing else. And he quite likes walking around on the Martian surface. He doesn't mind it in the dome and being able to look out over the surface. But he feels trapped when he's in the dome, because he knows there's a barrier. And yet, although he knows he's on a different planet, he doesn't feel trapped when he's walking on the Martian surface. He enjoys going on expeditions, he enjoys exploring valleys, vast ravines, tall mountains, and ancient volcanoes. He enjoys having that sense of awe and wonder that everything is so big at times that you don't feel like you're trapped somewhere. And he enjoys at night, where you get the most beautiful views of the night sky. Views you could never get on Earth. And so he heads back to the dome. He shares his findings. And then he starts working on that discovery, on that life he found. And in a lab, he takes a small amount and he extracts some of the DNA. And he finds it's subtly different in how it's made up to DNA he's used to seeing under a microscope. And so they analyze the DNA in more detail. And it doesn't quite match how DNA is done on Earth. And he realizes there's a very good chance this isn't Earth life, and that they thought that there was no life on Mars, and that there certainly wasn't any life on the surface of Mars. And yet near the surface, where it's sheltered from solar rays, from radiation, inside caves, there's this life, a slimy kind of life, that just seems to grow on the rocks. And they analyse this life and they see it seems to produce a chemical that can erode the rocks ever so slightly. And that erosion feeds the life. The erosion creates chemicals the life can feed on. And then the carbon dioxide in the atmosphere feeds the life further. And the life doesn't need photosynthesis. It can just live on eroding the rocks. And this type of life likely makes its own caves over millions of years by just gradually eroding the rock and then multiplying and continuing to erode the rock. And he finds this a fascinating discovery. That somehow this life can live off of the rocks just by creating a simple chemical reaction on the surface that dissolves the rocks, that gets some iron out of the rocks, some oxygen out of the rocks, uses the carbon from the atmosphere. And it seems to be a very slow growing organism. They continue to study this life. And now they realize that whatever they do, they can't mess with the ecosystem too much, because there is actually life here on Mars where they thought there was none. And if they mess with it too much, then they may interfere with the life that's here without even realizing what they've interfered with. And also they didn't know whether this life would be any risk to colonists because of it being different and alien in relation to what human life has grown up used to. This man found that today was probably the most exciting day he'd had here on the Red Planet. Every day had been the same. Get up, exercise, have something to eat, get in your spacesuit, go out exploring, go and do your rounds, do a bit more exploring, spend a few hours typing up and reporting on your findings, have a bit of social time and go to bed. And although he was fine doing this every day, this was something new, exciting. This was a dream that humanity had had for years, of finding life on Mars. And different rovers had tried to find life in different places, and had always found tantalizing hints that life had been there, but never any sign that life was there. And it turns out they'd been searching in the wrong places. Now this was going to start a whole new way of viewing Mars, a whole new set of explorations, new understandings. And the man wrote up his notes. He wrote up his personal log of what he'd been up to for the day. He sent messages to his family back home to update them on his discovery. And as the Martian day drew to a close, he went and had something to eat, spent a bit of time socializing and excitedly sharing his story, his discovery, how he has probably made history here on Mars, probably the first significant bit of true, honest Martian history. And then he went to bed for the night, looking forward to waking up and continuing his study in the morning, continuing to see if other caves held life, continuing to find other caves, and see if there's other locations this kind of life could survive in. And he drifted and fell comfortably and relaxed, asleep. So as you listen to me, you can begin to drift comfortably asleep. And while you drift comfortably asleep, you can allow yourself to get comfortable and allow your eyes to close. And I don't know whether you'll drift off to sleep faster with the words that I use, with the sound of my voice, or perhaps with the spaces between my words. And you can have a sense of being out bird watching one day, of being in a little shed, a little bird watching shack, with some binoculars gazing out from this quiet spot. And you're gazing out through some woodland and over a large valley, gazing out through woodland and over a large valley. And you can see different birds in the nearby bits of woodland. But you can also see a large circling bird of prey in the distance in the valley. And you can see it so gracefully circling, seeming to use almost no effort, and you look through binoculars at that graceful bird of prey, and you have that unusual experience where when you watch that through binoculars, it's almost like you shut off from the reality around you and awareness of the shack and awareness of everything else. It's almost like you're just very near to the bird, almost flying with them. And while you watch that bird fly so gracefully and effortlessly, you begin to have a sense of thinking what it must be like to be able to fly like that. To be able to just drift around in the sky, rise up on warm air currents, circle around. To have the excellent vision of that bird. To see so clearly and so far. And you can find yourself imagining that so strongly that all of a sudden you become the bird, seeing through the bird's eyes, flying, drifting, soaring high in the sky. feeling weightlessness, floating. Just circling around, seeing woodland in the distance, seeing the vast expanse of the valley, green grass, noticing bits of movement jump out at you as creatures scurry around on the ground. Seeing the way the tops of the trees vibrate in the breeze. And just feeling that sense of calmness, of peace and simplicity, at just flying and floating so gracefully with so little effort. And then while you continue to fly gracefully, you start exploring, and it's as if somehow you've taken over this bird. And a part of you is thinking, am I still in a shack, watching the bird, and somehow I've drifted into a daydream? Or was I watching the bird so intensely that I got into the bird's psyche, somehow managed to get into the bird's mind? And either way, you go with the experience. And you notice this fast flowing river, and you decide to soar down, fly over that water. And you take some time to soar down, fly over the water, going from the direction the water's going, as it cascades down through different waterfalls, around rocks, through rapids, and you fly just above the water, feeling the spray from the water, smelling the water, hearing the water as it roars in rapids and then goes almost silent in calm areas. And you notice if you get just the right point above the water, you can feel that you're flying on a cushion of air between the water and your wings. And so you fly on that cushion of air and glide and float and follow that river all the way down to a lake. And as you reach the beginning of the lake, you soar up into the air and circle around again and think of the fun you're having as a bird flying, taking all this in. You feel a sense of elegance and grace, and you continue exploring. And you're now in an area you've never been before. As a bird watcher, you've been and watched birds. You've even been down and walked through the valley. You've even walked and seen some of that river and the lake. But now you seem to have flown over an area you've never been before. an area of woodland, only you notice something about this woodland. Your eyesight is so good that you notice subtleties, and you notice that some of the trees are slightly higher up than others, and that there's a certain pattern to these trees, and intuitively something tells your mind that it's worth going down there and investigating. So you fly down, and you're too big to fit through the treetops of this area of woodland. So you circle round and explore, and conclude that you're going to have to land at the beginning of the woodland. But you don't know how well a bird of prey is going to be able to walk from the beginning of the woodland all the way into the woods. But you don't see an alternative, so you fly round to land at the beginning of the woodland. And as you come into land, you bring your wings back, you open them wide, slowing you right down, catching as much wind as possible, catching as much of that air as possible. And you put your feet out in front of you. And you have an odd experience that just as your feet touch the ground, you become yourself again. And yet, here you are, stood before this area of woodland, and you're still trying to work out whether this is a dream, whether you've somehow gazed at that bird so intensely that you're now dreaming and having this experience, and yet it feels very real and undreamlike. And you think, well, if it was just a dream, wouldn't I be able to just wake up by deciding to wake up? And yet it feels very real, like it's not something you can just wake up from. And it's not something that particularly bothers you, it's just a curiosity. And so you walk into the woods, listening to the footsteps, listening to the different sounds in the woods, noticing how the light changes as you walk into the woods. And the woods are quite dense, and you have to push through and work your way through. And as you push and work your way through the woods, you notice there's some areas that seem to be a bit higher, areas that seem to be a bit lower, like the woods have built on top of something. But you don't know what, and you keep pushing and pushing, until eventually there's an area that's a little bit clearer, and you notice that the woods have overgrown over some kind of old building. And as you walk around and explore, you find that it seems to have grown over lots of old buildings. And you keep walking and exploring, and all you keep finding is more and more buildings. Like this is a huge area of buildings. And then you find a bit that just looks like a normal bit of land, perhaps a normal outcrop of rock. And you decide to go and explore it, and you scratch through the plants that have covered it over, and you notice it's a wall of a building that's partially collapsed, and you follow it and see where this wall leads. It seems like you've found some kind of building that would have been near the centre of this lost city. And then as you keep exploring, you notice an indentation in the ground, and you notice that this is where an entrance must have once been. And so you start clearing this entrance space, and you find that just behind a bit of rubble is a tunnel heading downwards and some steps. And so you walk into the tunnel, and as you do, somehow, oddly, your eyes adapt to be able to see in this tunnel. Like somehow you've got some abilities of the wild animals in this area. And you don't try to understand it, because you're too busy thinking it benefits what you want to achieve. You want to explore this area. And so you head down deeper into this building. And quite a way down, you find a stone slab that you think is probably in front of an entrance to something. And you start pushing around on the stone slab and around the wall around the stone slab. And then somehow you just take a step and the slab moves aside. And it grinds and slides aside as you walk through. And you find yourself in a vast chamber. And within this vast chamber you notice that there are scrolls all around the walls in diamond-shaped spaces. And that there's got to be tens of thousands of scrolls around the walls. Perhaps like some lost civilization library. And you go and carefully manage to open one of the scrolls, and it's in a language you don't understand. And so you put it back, and you open another one and it's in the same language that you don't understand, and so you put it back. But you suspect there is so much wisdom contained within these scrolls. And you see, right in the middle of the room, is a pedestal with an open scroll, and the scroll's being held open with a golden clasp at the top and the bottom. And you stand in front of that scroll. You stand near the pedestal. And you assume, I'm just not going to be able to read this one either. And you gaze at that scroll. And everything on it begins to change, almost like a mist passing across the scroll. And like the writing is rewriting itself. And the scroll ends up being able to be read. It ends up readable. And so you look and start reading this scroll and realizing it's teaching you some inner wisdom. It's teaching you about something that'll transform your life. And so you read that with fascination, with wonder, only vaguely aware of the impact it's going to have positively on you. And you read that this one also includes instructions saying that all the scrolls can be read when held on this pedestal by this golden clasp. And so you go and get another scroll, you place that on the pedestal, you clasp it into place, and you watch as the writing transforms almost like a little mist, and a movement and a changing of the text to become readable. And you read that one and realize it's full of knowledge you never would have known, ancient knowledge, ancient wisdom. And you then get another scroll, putting that one back. And notice that one also contains ancient wisdom. And you wonder how long it would take to work your way through the thousands of scrolls full of ancient wisdom in this place. And you read another scroll and another scroll, taking in and learning more ancient wisdom, learning on an instinctive level, learning that with a certain focus you can become the animals, you can join the spirit of the animals. And somehow you'd stumbled across that focus, and by stumbling across that focus allowed you to stumble across this knowledge. And you read and learn and find this knowledge fascinating. And you realize it would take too long to read and learn all this knowledge right now. You decide to continue exploring. And so you put the original scroll back in place on the pedestal and make sure all other scrolls are put away, and you explore deeper and deeper into this space. And as you explore, so you discover a giant underground lake. And on that lake is a boat, and this lake is totally still. And you feel it's so still, it's almost unnaturally still. But then there's no breeze down here. And you get into the boat, and you row that boat to the other side of the lake, and get out of the boat. And you can now see that the lake has ripples. And you wonder how much those ripples will die down by the time you pass across that lake as you return. And you carry on exploring, wondering who created this whole underground space, where underneath the city there's a vast lake. And why did they create it? And you see some statues, and you see giant pearls and crystals in the walls. And you notice how they appear to be glowing, as if maybe there's tubes of light coming in from above, lighting up the back of the pearls and crystals. And and you find a chamber. And on a shelf in that chamber is the most elegant item of clothing you've ever seen. So beautifully woven. Something handcrafted that you know would have taken years to make. And you know this shows the amount of skill these people had, even though you don't know who these people are. And then you see a puzzle on the wall, and you know there's no further to go in this chamber. But you think it's curious having a puzzle, so you try and solve the puzzle. And after a while of moving things around, trying to work things out, suddenly you get the puzzle. Something clicks inside you that makes it make sense. And then a secret door opens. You walk through that secret door, going deeper and deeper into this building. And you see a room so large that you can't see the other side of it. You can't see the side on the left or the side on the right. You don't know how the ceiling is being held up in a room this large. And you walk into the room, and after a very, very long time of walking in a straight line, so that you don't get lost, just following the markings on the ground, you find yourself at another pedestal. Only on this pedestal is a bit confusing. You see perfectly polished black pebble. And so you pick up that perfectly polished black pebble. You feel it in your fingers. You run it through your fingers, feel the smoothness of that pebble. You then see a note next to the pebble that says, "Take me." And then you turn the note over. And it says, "Put me in your shoe and lose me when the time is right." And you think this is unusual, but you take the pebble, you slide it into the side of your shoe, feeling it's a bit uncomfortable, but you slide it into the side of your shoe. You don't know why you followed the instructions, but you feel these people must have wisdom and a reason, and you're curious what that reason might be, and you know the only way to discover the reason is to follow along. So you put that pebble in your shoe. And you find your way, with a bit of a limp initially, out of that room. You start finding your way back through the building. After a while, you habituate to that pebble in your shoe. And you stop noticing the pebble in your shoe, but you know it's still there, and you know if you draw attention to it, you notice it again. And you continue to find your way out, and then find your way into the woods. And then you work your way through the woods, back the way you came. And when you exit the woods, you don't know how far it is to get back to where you came from. You know you're supposed to be bird watching, but you don't know how to get back to where you're bird watching. And then you feel this compulsion to jump. And you jump up in the air and instantly seem to have wings, and you do a large flap and launch yourself higher into the air. And you notice you're that bird again, and you fly and you catch an updraft of warm air, and you spiral around and circle up into the air. And you don't give it any real thought, you just seem to fly and know your way back to where you were first seen as a bird. And you fly to that location and are circling around in that location just as you were as a bird initially. And next minute you feel a slight curious feeling and realise you're looking through some binoculars at the bird. You wonder, was that all a dream? What was that all about? And then you look down and notice you have a pebble in your shoe and realise it wasn't a dream. Something happened, some experience. And you don't know what it all means, but you decide to follow those instructions of keeping that pebble in your shoe until such time as it just naturally is time to lose the pebble. And so that's what you decide to do. And you find your way all the way back home with a sense of accomplishment, of achievement, of learning, where you can drift comfortably and relax asleep. So as you listen to this story, you can close your eyes and you can begin to comfortably fall asleep. And as you fall asleep, I don't know whether you'll fall asleep quicker with the sounds of my words or my voice, or with the spaces between my words, or whether you'll just fall asleep, drifting off imagining the story I tell. And so as you listen along and fall asleep, you can have a sense of somebody who's just arriving on a holiday. And this holiday was a surprise to them. They don't know what to expect. They were just given a plane ticket and told that a vehicle will meet them at the other end. So they don't know where they're going, and they're excited by this. As they leave the airport, they see someone holding up a card with their name on it. They go and get into a taxi, and they're very attentive because of the curiosity. They've never been here before. They can see in the distance mountains, and the mountains get closer as they drive towards them. And as they drive further out of the city area, further away from the airport, so the land becomes greener, more lush. And it's warm outside, that taxi. And the taxi driver doesn't talk, he's just gazing forward, driving along. And so they look outside the window, they look out the passenger window, they look out the front windscreen, just watching trees going by, voluminous trees passing by. And after what felt like a while, the car turns off of the road and onto an off-road track. And the car has good suspension, the ride is smooth, and the track is dry. And the sounds of the wheels going over that dirt track. And as they look out the window, seeing this dirt track off in the distance, seeing how the trees are full of green, full of leaves, almost meeting above the road, with just enough space to be able to gaze through and see the sky, see some white clouds. And after what seemed quite a while longer, the car reached a bridge, and the car stopped at the bridge, and this bridge arched over a wide, calm lake. And the driver said that from this point on, they're on their own. And over the other side of the lake is a grand mansion. And so the person thanks the driver, gets his suitcase, and walks to the bridge and starts walking over the bridge. And he notices as he's walking along the dry dirt track, the sound of his footsteps and how they change as he gets near the bridge and walks onto the bridge, and the bridge is wooden, and he notices the sound of the footsteps on the bridge. As they walk over the bridge, they really take their time. They're in no hurry. They can see the mansion they're heading toward. So they're in no hurry. They want to take in the beauty. And as they walk up and onto the bridge, they look down into the water and can see how clear that water is, almost like gazing through glass, looking down through the water and seeing fish swimming in the water, darting around, seeing the way light shimmers through the water and dances on the bottom like lines of light, with barely a wave on the surface. noticing plants in the water, long green strands of plants that are just swaying very gently under the water. And noticing such subtle movement under the water, looking so calm and peaceful. And taking a deep breath in of the fresh air above the water, having that slight watery smell. Only the slightest breeze that you can notice when you focus really hard on your awareness of your skin. And the slightest sound of rustling leaves from the trees around the lake. And then the sound of the taxi driving off the way it came. And knowing that whatever your holiday entails, you're on your own now to have the adventure. And so the person carries on crossing the lake, dragging their suitcase behind them with the sound of the wheels on the wooden bridge, thinking to themselves how the sound kind of ruins the atmosphere, that everything was so calm and peaceful, the sound of birds in the distance, gazing off up into the sky and noticing some circling birds of prey, unsure right now what they are, but just noticing them circling in updrafts of warm air. Trying to get an idea of the size of the lake. It's quite wide and it's quite a long bridge. And when they reach the middle, they stand there and take a photo in one direction and then turn around and take a photo in the other, getting an idea of the length of this lake, before continuing to cross the width of the lake, noticing there are some small boats, just little sailboats, for just one or two people, and a couple of rowboats off in the distance, way off in the distance. And noticing, while looking around, that there's woodland around the mansion, and off behind the woodland are some mountains, and high up in the mountains is cloud and snow. And the person wonders whether they'll go up there at some point during their trip. And they carry on across the bridge. And then follow the path up to that mansion. And then at the mansion, they admire the wooden door, admire the craftsmanship of the woodwork on the door, and knock the door knocker, hearing it resonate and reverberate through the wood and into the mansion. And then they take some time just listening to sounds coming from within that mansion, As someone's obviously pottering around, they can hear some echoing footsteps. Someone's obviously been tasked with getting the door, and their footsteps are echoing as they potter around and put things down and move around, working their way to the door. And then a couple of unlocking sounds happen behind the door, and the door swings open, and they've arrived. And as the door swings open, they see a butler and smell the musty smell of old books, of an old property. And they walk in and they get welcomed. They get told that they're going to get shown to their room where they can put their stuff down, settle in before dinner will be served. So they take some time to follow the butler up a flight of stairs, then up another flight of stairs, and down a long corridor. With beautiful paintings of people, of landscapes, of pet dogs, and a pet cat. All obviously painted over a span of hundreds of years. And they get shown to this grand room with a four-poster bed that looked hundreds of years old, with the thickest mattress they'd ever seen, layers and layers of bedding, a drawn back curtain around each of the pillars, tied to the pillar, stained glass window, with one of them open looking out over a beautiful garden, allowing some fresh air to flow into the room. The bathroom off this room, with wooden work surfaces, and a bowl for a sink. It looked like it probably hadn't changed much in hundreds of years. The butler left the room, closing the door behind him, leaving the person alone in the room. A part of their mind was saying, just go and sit down on that bed. You've made this long journey. Rest just a moment. But another part of them just wanted to explore a little around the room. There was no TV in the room. They took a while exploring around, looked in the cupboards, looked under the bed, looked in the side drawers, and went over to the open window. And the window had an area that you could just sit down and gaze out into the garden. And they thought to themselves, this would be a lovely place to sit and read and relax, just sitting in this window seat, breathing in that fresh air, only sounds of nature outside, looking out over a beautiful garden, colours of the flowers, perfectly manicured. Looking out over the woodland behind the garden, and looking off to the side and seeing the lake, and looking off to the other side and seeing the bottom of the mountain. And they went back, sat on the bed, decided to change their clothes. After changing, they decided to just lie back on the bed a moment, feel what it feels like to be lying on that incredibly comfortable bed. And they had to fight to just stay awake. They thought, oh, this is so comfortable. You just want to drift off, sleep. They gazed up at the material above their head, the patterns on the material. And after a little while there was a knock on the door and the butler saying that dinner's ready. They followed the butler through the building down to a dining room. And there was just a handful of other guests staying here. They could hear the clunking, the clanging of cutlery, of crockery, as guests were starting on their food. Waiters were bringing food to the tables, serving guests. And they sat down and enjoyed the meal. And just listening to others' conversation. Just being present and in the moment. Not really feeling any urge to join in. And no one minding. Just enjoying, relaxing. Enjoying having this peace, this time away from the hustle and bustle of everyday life. Just enjoying the environment. Before then moving to another room. It was a cosy room. It was a dimly lit room with the most beautiful fire in the corner. And comfortable sofas and chairs dotted around. Books all round the walls. And so just looking around those books, smelling that old book smell, hearing that crackling fire, noticing the dancing light from the fire on the walls. Being aware of how everyone in the room is so relaxed and peaceful, just gently chatting, gently relaxing. And then picking a book off the shelf, sitting in front of that fire, feeling the warmth of the fire on your cheeks while reading that book. and feeling a bit drifty and dozy and sleepy. And noticing how the sun is setting outside, the sky is changing colours, and so taking themselves off to bed, ready for the next day, and going to bed, falling asleep, and while falling asleep, feeling good about tomorrow, wondering what they'll have to look forward to tomorrow, and sleeping quickly, and then waking in the morning, having breakfast, and deciding to do something with the day. Aware that this holiday is only for one more night, and then they have to get picked up and taken back to their normal everyday life. So they want to get the most out of this. They want to be able to take back some comfort, some relaxation, some learning. So they have a look at a map of the area that they found among all the books. And they see that high up in the mountains is a castle. And they read that this castle has some legends and some history to it, and has been abandoned for centuries. And very few people make the trip up to the castle, and that was motivation enough to go and do it. So they decide that if they're going up into the mountains, they're going to need to dress appropriately. They get some warm clothes. They take some skis in case they'll need them. They talk to others in the castle about the journey they'll be taking, and they find out that it's not actually too bad a journey. The path is easily doable. They decide to just read a bit more about the castle first, and they hear about a legend. A legend that there once was a wizard that lived up in that castle. And that wizard had a book of knowledge. And by reading that book of knowledge, you would understand wonders of the universe, of life, of reality, and how to get the best out of life. And so they wondered whether that book might still be there, and whether they would recognize it if it was. And the mansion owners allowed them access to a motorbike so they could travel up to that castle, making their journey even easier. And it was only a small motorbike, but they thought this'll be fun to make the journey on. They set off from the mansion, headed round the back of the mansion, and started making the journey into the mountains and they could feel the ground beneath them vibrating through that motorbike. The high-pitched motor sound as they revved and progressed up through the mountain. Following that path, occasionally, the back wheel would spin and skid. They were heading through the trees, past pine trees that were swaying in the breeze. Following that path higher into the mountains. And as they continued following that path higher into the mountains, they were aware of how the sun was traversing the sky, how the sun was beginning to approach the middle of the day. They continued their journey. And they couldn't quite see the castle from where they were. But they knew roughly where it was, and they knew that ultimately this path would get there. But they did notice how the temperature began to change as they progressed from the mansion through one set of trees, through the pine trees, and gradually the pine trees gave way to grasses. And the path began to turn to a small bridge that was over a stream that was flowing down from the mountain, down towards the lake. And they took the turning up along the side of the stream and started seeing the first signs of snow. And had to put another layer on because it was getting a bit colder. They could see their breath as they continued up the mountain. And they put on some gloves, kept their hands warm. And as the sun continued passing across the sky, they decided to stop and take a break. They were well past the tree line now, so they wondered what the view would be from up here. They decided to take a break, get a small chair that they had on their back. They set up that chair and a small fire. They cooked themselves some food, while sitting and gazing out over the view from halfway up this mountain. And they looked out. They could see that lake, and the way the sun was shining and reflecting and glistening on the surface of the water. They could see, almost imperceptibly, little boats down on that lake. They could see the bridge they crossed to the mansion. Way, way off in the distance, in a haze, they could see more built-up areas, more city-like areas, the tall buildings of the city. And they could breathe in that cool mountain air that felt refreshing as it passed into the lungs. It didn't have the same stuffy feeling that the warm air had at times down around that mansion. After resting a while and having a drink and a bite to eat, they put their fire out, covered it all over, packed their things away, and carried on their journey, onwards and upwards. They carried on their journey on that motorbike. And there was barely a sign that they were still on a path as they continued that journey. But they knew where they had to go, and they knew that this kind of was a path. It's just that no one ever really took this route or went on this journey. Most people were happy to stay down in that mansion. They were happy to use a swimming pool that's out the back of the mansion. They were happy to enjoy the gardens, to go for walks in the woodland, to go on boats on the lake, to wander into the meadows in the lowland, to see deer and other animals. Most people who came here didn't want to exert the energy it takes to discover something new, to go on a journey like this. They were happy to just keep things simple. For this person knew the rewards would be great. Even if they don't find this book of knowledge, they knew they would enjoy the journey. They'd have a tale to tell when they get home. And as the day progressed into the afternoon, they were now back on a bit of track that allowed them to see that castle. And the mountain had now got far more steep. They had to park up the motorbike and go on foot from here. And they continued to follow that stream, which was now like a series of small waterfalls, jumping in steps down the mountain. They followed that stream and can smell the fresh water from that stream. They were now well within the snow line. They could feel the crunching snow with each step they took. As they continued climbing higher into this mountain, after what was quite an exhausting climb, they finally got to a point where there was a small bridge that they could see in the distance. It was at the top of a small path. It was a very steep path with hundreds of steps. And the small bridge went over a really steep waterfall that led down into the rest of that stream. And they began their journey up those steps, taking their time so as not to get too exhausted, just relaxing, taking their time, enjoying the journey, enjoying the walk, enjoying the view as they look back over where they came, look back over towards that lake, gazed out over all the woodland. And at the top of the steps, they crossed that bridge and noticed how slippery it was, but they held on, across the bridge to the thunderous sound of that waterfall, and then carried on the path the other side of the bridge. And they could now see that the edge of the castle was just around the corner, and there was this small footpath leading from the bridge toward the castle. So they followed that footpath, excited that they were now so close to this castle, and arrived at the castle. And the castle looked a bit ruined. The roof in places appeared to have caved in. Some bits the stonework had caved in, but other areas looked like they were still enclosed and still standing fine. So they walked into that castle through an open door and started exploring, and noticed as they were exploring how the temperature changed as they were indoors, inside the castle walls. Noticed how the sound of their footsteps changed as they were now walking inside the castle. And they walked through some ways and found there was no roof above them, only sky, and that the rooms were full of snow. Then they would walk down a long corridor and find themselves opening a door to a grand room untouched for hundreds of years. Looking like people had just decided one day to leave the castle exactly as it is. There were still paintings on the walls. There was still cutlery on tables, and books in bookcases, and swords and shields, and armour, as if someone one day had just decided to walk off and leave the castle. And they wondered whether this book of knowledge would be in a library. They thought to themselves, most castles have a library, and they hoped that the library would be intact. And every step they took echoed through the corridors. And the sound had a certain quality to it, surrounded by so much stone. And they occasionally reached out and touched the stone, touching some stonework, like around corners and pillars, that was so smooth, so perfectly shiny and smooth, where the masonry was incredible. And other areas, like in corridors, where it was left rustic and not polished down, and it had a rough texture. They thought to themselves about how interesting that contrast was between the rough texture of the stones in corridors and the smooth, polished texture of the stones inside rooms and communal areas. And how the sound of their footsteps changed as they walked on stone and walked on rugs on the ground, in certain rooms. And the castle was quite dark. There was no lights lighting the castle. So corridors were very dark, with just narrow windows lining the corridors. And then rooms would have an unusual lighting, often having stained glass windows mixed with clear glass windows that were made up of lots of small pieces of glass making pictures, telling stories in the window. And the mottled sun would shine in, creating different lighting in different places depending on which bit of window it's shining through, creating interesting lighting effects around the rooms. And they eventually found what looked like a library. And although it was warmer in the castle than outside the castle, it wasn't exceptionally warm because there was no heating. It was just warmer because it was shut off from the elements. It was just warmer because the walls were many meters thick. And they started looking at the different books on the shelves, wondering, how do you spot a book of knowledge? And they thought to themselves, if this book is so special and so legendary, if it's here, it must be obvious. Because anything that special would probably take pride of place in some way or another. And they saw a book on a stand, open. And when they went over to it and looked at it, it looked handwritten, in ornate handwriting. And they could barely understand what it said, but could kind of just about follow it. But it didn't seem particularly interesting, and yet it was here, the only book on a stand, as if it's got pride of place. They picked up the book off the stand to look at what it was called on the front or on the spine, see if there's a name somewhere on it. And as they picked it up, so the top of the stand raised up as the weight of the book was released. And as the top of the stand raised up, so one of the shelves of books slid to the side, very noisily and mechanically, revealing a tunnel, revealing a passage, some steps, going under the castle. So the person put that book down on the floor for now. He didn't want to close the tunnel again on himself. And he went and walked down that narrow staircase, going down deeper and deeper. And he got a torch out. He followed deeper and deeper down this spiral staircase, this narrow staircase going deep down under the castle. And the deeper he went, the warmer the air felt. and the sound quality changed. Sound became more muffled, more absorbed by the surroundings. And at the bottom of the staircase was a wooden door, and he opened that door and shone the torch into the room. And the torch couldn't really light up much of this room. The room was bigger than the torch could reach. So he got out a lighter and he lit one of the lights next to the door. And then he went around the room lighting other lights as he saw them with the light of the previous light. Until eventually he had the whole room lit and light reflected off of gold, light reflected around the room, revealing ornate masonry, revealing colours of paints that were probably very rare when it was all done, like purples, reds, blues. And in the middle of the room was a large book on a pedestal. And the book was closed, and the front cover of the book had jewels encrusted on it, had gold on it, and they opened the book and saw the writing in the book and realized this is the book of knowledge that they were looking for. And although it was difficult to understand everything that was written, they understood enough to realize this book contained incredible knowledge, that this book shouldn't be removed from where it is, that it should be here for others to discover. They found some pages that were blank, but reflective, with gold leaf and silver. And they read through this book, and they flicked through the book, learning something different from each page they looked at. And they realized that this knowledge is such a generous gift, and it explained why the castle was left deserted, and that this was left for those who were curious, who like novelty and discovery, to come and discover and learn from, and that the wizard's job was to understand the universe, to understand the connection between all things in the universe, and that this book contained that knowledge in various ways, from deep inside people through to the vastest expanses of space. And after learning some important lessons, they decided to close that book, make their way out of the castle, and head back to the mansion for the final night's sleep before going home. But they found when they got out of the castle that the motorbike had frozen solid and wasn't starting. So they got their skis and decided to ski down that mountain. And they enjoyed skiing and weaving between trees, skiing fast on the straight bits, slowing down and weaving and having that skiing sound, that kind of the sound of the skis in the snow. Before arriving back at the mansion explaining where the motorbike was, and they said it was fine, they'll get it in the morning. And they were back just in time for dinner, and they thought they've got some tales to tell. And they didn't want to reveal that the book was where it was, because it's left for the curious to find, not left for just anyone to go and find, but just those deserving of that knowledge. Not for people just to go and take it, but for people who respect it. So they went to bed and enjoyed a wonderful night's sleep in that most comfy of beds, absorbing and integrating the knowledge they've learned from that book, the generous gifts that book contained about life, reality, the universe, the connection of all living things. And they dreamt and incorporated and updated their neurology with all this new learning and wonder and wisdom and insight, before getting up the next morning, having breakfast, and leaving for their journey home. So as you listen to this bedtime story and begin to drift comfortably asleep, you can allow your eyes to close. With your eyes closed, I don't know whether you'll drift deeper asleep with the sound of my voice, or whether it'll be with the words that I use, or perhaps even the spaces between my words. And so while you drift asleep, you can hear me tell this story about a prince who was sitting in a garden in a palace, meditating. He was sitting under his favourite tree. It's the tree that his father used to sit and meditate under, and his father before him, and his father before him, all the way back many generations. And sitting under this tree meditating, he'd always been told that you know when you're approaching the point where you've grown enough to be responsible and capable of being a king, because you'll have a unique kind of meditation, one where you visit a place you've never visited before. And he'd never understood what that means. All he knew was he had to sit under this tree every day, for a certain amount of time every day, and just meditate and see what happens. And so while he sat under this tree meditating, he did his usual approach to meditation. He closed his eyes. He sat back, leaning against the tree so that he could feel nature, so that he could feel the tree against his back. He took deep, purposeful breaths and made sure each out-breath was longer than each in-breath, helping him to drift into a comfortable relaxation. He allowed his awareness to focus on his breathing while he breathed in and out. He allowed his awareness to be on his body, passing through his body, having a sense of what the different parts of his body felt like. And once he'd been aware of a part of his body, he'd let that awareness go and move on, and be aware of another part of his body and let that awareness go and move on, until all he was aware of was that he was there. Almost like just being there as a mind and not as a body. And every day for years and years he'd come here, sat under this tree and meditated. He could feel the warmth of the sun on his skin. He could hear the leaves rustling in the tree as the wind blew a breeze. He could hear birds in the distance and other sounds, like people milling around in the castle grounds, within the palace. His awareness became heightened while he meditated, and gradually his awareness moved out from within him. And not only could he hear footsteps of people, but he could also feel those footsteps of those people, as if somehow hearing the footsteps allowed him to know what those people felt like, what they were doing. His awareness spread out further to touch villagers down in the nearby village. He was able to hear horse and cart, hear the sound of carts on cobbles, the clipping, clopping of the horses' hooves, sounds of the horses breathing. His heightened awareness increased. And every day he was able to meditate a bit longer than the day before, and his practice continued to pay off. And the more he meditated, the better he got at it. And the better he got, the more he noticed his awareness spread out wider and wider. And his awareness spread beyond the village to the nearby forest, where he was able to be aware of birds in the trees, animals in the forest. And his awareness continued to spread. And he was curious about this awareness. He'd often wondered whether it's an awareness, like just getting more sensitive, hearing and feelings, or a connection, that he was spreading a connection out rather than an awareness out. And that in reality he was actually connecting with more. And after some hours of meditating under this tree, for the first time ever, he became aware of something he'd never been aware of before. He became aware of his awareness. Somehow his awareness had spread out so far, it had circled the globe. And the awareness spreading out in all directions across the globe met up with itself, and he was aware of his awareness. And the moment he became aware of his awareness, suddenly there was a bright flash of light, followed by darkness, and he found himself stood in a field of red leafy grass. He found himself in this field at night time. He could see clouds in the sky, but the patterns of the stars didn't look right. And the fact that there were two moons in the sky was a bit odd. He didn't know where he was or how he got here, or what had just happened. He didn't know whether this was maybe a dream. Maybe he'd meditated so much he just fell asleep. It never happened before. But there's always a first time. All he knew was everything felt so real to him. So he walked through the field, running his hands through the grass, and he could feel that cool red grass. It felt much like ordinary green grass, the same kind of textures, the same movement as you run your fingers through it. And he walked through the field, and he could see lights in a building. So he started walking towards that building. And the building looked very much like buildings he was familiar with. And he arrived at the building. He saw the lights were on and that people seemed to be awake inside. So he knocked on the door, and the heavy wooden door was opened from the inside, and the door was opened inwardly, and he was greeted by someone who seemed incredibly excited to see him and asked him to come in. So the prince walked into the building. He was shown to a seat. He sat in a seat in a living area. Everything seemed very familiar. It was the same kind of house as you'd find anywhere. Not the sort of house he regularly frequented, but he had seen plenty of houses like this. But at the same time, this seemed like a strange place. And the person said that we've been expecting you. And he wondered why he was expected. He didn't know he was going to be going anywhere or doing anything. And they said they've expected him for years. That they wait patiently and excitedly greet when the prince appears. And sometimes, they said, it'll be princesses that appear. You never know who's going to appear. And he wondered to himself, What makes someone appear? Where am I? What's happened? And they explained to him that there's a meditative ritual when you become aware of your own awareness. You've connected with everything on your own planet. You take on the energy, the focus of the entire planet, the psychic energy of everything on that planet. And it connects you with almost like a magical vortex that opens up and sends you psychically to this new place where you appear physically on this planet that's light years from Earth. And somehow there's a quantum connection between the two places that can only be triggered by this psychic connection, which can only occur by doing that meditation and connecting with everything on your own planet. And it's not something you have a choice in. That as soon as that connection is made, as soon as everything on your planet is connected, and the psychic frequency synchronizes with everything on the planet, it synchronizes with this one location in space. And they explain that sometimes it'll be princes who've been in training, practicing meditating, who do this. Other times it'll be the princesses, depending on the generation. But they all seem to be from one family, generation after generation, as if no other family seems to do this psychic meditation. And the prince was intrigued by this and thought this must be that magical thing, that epiphany, that enlightened, heightened awareness that he was expected to achieve if he were to be ready to be a king. Perhaps he needed to connect with all life, with all things, have a deep understanding and learn something here. And they explained that this is just an extension of his land, of his kingdom. That all these fields, the castle behind the house they're in, all of it is just an extension of what they have on Earth. That when the first person connected and appeared on this planet, the planet was quite barren. There was not a lot here. And because this meditation leads to a connection, sending the consciousness to this planet in a physical form, it was felt that something needs to be built here. The prince had so many questions to ask, like how did they get here? How many other people are here? Where is here in relation to Earth? Why is this happening? But the prince felt that answers would come in good time, that he should learn what he's supposed to learn for now. And the prince was shown the way to go to the castle. No one had been to the castle for quite some time, so he had to hack his way through lots of vines and brambles. He had to clear a safe path to the castle. No one here had cleared the path because only the prince or the princess is privileged to make that journey. It's something that they all find special. Saving that journey for that person so that they can work hard at the end of their journey. They allow it to become overgrown so that the prince or the princess has to hack through, create the path, so that they can feel a sense of creating their own path for their own time. And so the prince hacked his way through to that castle. He found the gates to the castle entrance, and the gates opened as he approached. He found a whole community living within the castle, and they welcomed him excitedly. And he worked his way through the grounds. He saw the different plants around, alien plants, but everything looked familiar. Everything had a familiar feel to it, even though it was all alien. He was greeted by someone who just introduced themselves as the Wise One, who said that they were timeless. And that Wise One took him to a vast library, sat down in the library with him and started explaining to him about that meditation, explaining to him about the path he had taken, about his ancestors, about the enlightenment. And what's expected of him from here. That everyone here happily gets on with life as a community. Look forward to the royal visits when they occur. And that this meditation teaches something about the preciousness of life, the connection with all things. Explained that in this meditative state that he's still back in that garden. You can think people who want to come here into existence here. and they just disappear in one location and then appear here. And he can think people who are here, who want to go home, and they'll appear back at home. And this wise one explained that most people who are here have been here for generations, enjoy their life here, feel special that they're on a different planet, making something of their lives, exploring, doing something others don't get the opportunity to do. And the prince realized his responsibility, the gravity of his responsibility for the lives of all these people as well as those on Earth. He learned that these people are the ones who created the castle, who created the grounds, who do the farming. These people are the ones who wanted to have somewhere the new princes or princesses who meditate successfully would have to go when they meditate, rather than a barren planet. They're the ones who wanted to have a few trials here, like cutting through to the castle, so that only those who were willing to work for what they've achieved would make it. Those who want to just be given things on a plate wouldn't succeed, and would be unlikely anyway to succeed in the meditation, because you have to work for years at the meditation. And the prince realized this experience was teaching him so much about himself, so much about why it's important to be the way you are to others. And the prince learned that he can come back here and visit any time he wants, and that his ancestors still do. That as this is about a connection of spirit, it transcends the you back under that tree, he was told. The prince was shown to a room and told that he'll benefit from seeing the morning, seeing the sunrise here. And he went to bed, found it surprisingly easy to fall asleep. And then in the morning he woke up and noticed the sun was a bit dimmer than he was used to, and had a slightly different tinge to its light. And he realised that's why the plants here are more red than green in their leaves. That maybe that just works better at converting the sunlight into energy to help them grow. And he gazed out and he saw what had been achieved. He saw how happy everyone was. That these people essentially set off because they wanted to be explorers, the first to set foot on an alien world, to prove that they could do it, that they could have a community they could set up, and that they can make that community work. He was in awe of what they'd done, of their attitude, of their kindness and acceptance. One thing he didn't know though was, how do you get back home? And he was told all you have to do to get home is decide to stop meditating. He was told that from the second your awareness reaches your own awareness, time where you are stands still. He was told that he can spend as much time here as he wants, and time where he physically is doesn't change at all. But as soon as he decides to stop meditating, he'll open his eyes and the meditation will be over. He'll no longer be here on this planet. And no time will have passed from the point where his awareness reached his awareness and him opening his eyes. It would be like there was the bright flash, the darkness, then the eyes opening, all simultaneously. So he said that he'll definitely be back. Decided to stop meditating. Discovered his eyes opening. Aware of everything that had just happened. Everything he'd been through and experienced. Aware that he just had spent an evening, a night, and half a day on an alien world, and yet no extra time had passed here. He went and told the king and queen about this. He told his parents, and they told him, "You're ready now for when you rule the land. You're ready to be a king." And it was some time before he ever was a king, but he knew now he was ready and was able to go and visit that land whenever he wanted to. But for now, he just went up to bed, relaxed down and drifted comfortably into a deep sleep. So as you listen to me telling this story, you can take a moment to get yourself comfortable and allow your eyes to close. And with your eyes closed, listening to me talking in the background, you can begin to drift comfortably asleep. And I don't know whether you'll drift comfortably asleep to the sound of my voice or the spaces between my words. And as you drift comfortably asleep, so you can take a moment to listen along to this story. And imagine there's someone who's out for a trip in some woodland, and they're walking through the woodland, walking through that woodland comfortably and calmly, and they're just taking in the environment. They're walking through that woodland, they can hear each footstep that they're taking. They can feel each footstep. They can feel the solidity of the ground beneath each step as they walk through the woodland, as they follow that path. And while they follow that path, they can notice the colours of the trees, those different shades of greens, the browns of the different barks, some bark being grey. And they can look around and notice all these things. And they can notice off in the distance, when they stop and carefully look, that there's a stag, and they can see it blending in with the woodland, with its brown fur blending in with the brown of the bark of the trees. And they can notice how stationary it is, how it's just watching them, just as they are watching it. They can hear the rustling leaves as the wind blows a breeze. And yet down here, inside the woodland, there's barely a breeze at all, as the trees block that breeze. And so they carefully and quietly continue walking through the woodland, wanting to be able to enjoy nature, wanting to be able to notice things like stags and other deer, notice squirrels, notice other wildlife, different birds, without distracting the wildlife. And so they very carefully walk through that woodland. And while they carefully walk through the woodland, they're aware on this morning walk how the sun is gently rising in the sky. And they can't see the sun from within the woods, but they can notice the dancing shards of sunlight that pass down through the canopies, that dance on the path in front of them as the trees blow in that breeze. And they can feel the warmth of the air. And they walk through this woodland, heading towards a meadow. And they know that out in this meadow there's a lake, and there's a space for them to stop and enjoy a moment's peace and quiet. So they continue through the woodland, taking photos of different things as they go, really enjoying that feeling of being one with nature. And they can notice the brightness in front of them at the end of that path, where the meadow begins, and they walk towards that bright light, passing out into the meadow. instantly being hit with an increase in the feeling of the warmth from the sun, noticing the clear blue sky, perhaps the odd cloud, noticing the movement of grass, the movement of wildflowers as that breeze blows across the ground, and noticing as they look off in the distance the way that that moves in waves. And they have that thought. You don't really notice that the wind comes and goes in waves, just like waves on the ocean. But when you can see the grass, you can see how a dark band passes across the grass. And the dark band is just shadow, just from the folding over of the tops of the grass as a wave of wind hits that area. But they can see how that passes in one direction, from the distance getting closer, and how they barely notice it closer because of their perspective, but they can see it on hills in the distance. And they walk through the meadow, and they notice how each footstep in the meadow feels different and sounds different to each footstep that was in the woodland. And they walk slowly, gently through that meadow, taking the odd photo of butterflies, of dragonflies, of different insects, of bees, enjoying going about their daily life in the meadow, darting in and out of different plants. And they walk toward the lake. While they walk towards the lake, they can have some thoughts come to mind as they drift into a reverie. They drift into an inner daydream, because there's something about this kind of environment that allows the comfort and the freedom for your mind to wander. And they start off by just getting the odd glimpse of some imagined place. Something they're not really sure of, something they just really want to grasp but can't quite grasp it. Because at the moment they're in the process of walking, deciding where to go, while also trying to be in their mind, enjoying this reverie. So they try and hang on to it for a while, just as they approach that lake. And then as they reach the lake, they place a mat down on the floor. They sit down on that mat. They have a little drink of water. They take a few deep, comfortable breaths to breathe in that fresh air. They notice all they can hear are natural sounds around them. They notice the sound of the very gentle lapping water on the shore of that lake. They look out across the lake and see dragonflies darting around, flying impeccably at tremendous speeds with agility. They notice the odd bloop on the surface of the water, as fish sometimes pop their mouths out of the surface. They notice the gentle rippling of the water across the lake and the colour of the water. The fact the water kind of has a colour and yet is also see-through. They can see through to the bottom of the lake. And it's not a particularly deep lake, but as they gaze through into the water, they can see fish darting around in little shoals. They can see some larger fish swimming slowly and gracefully on their own. They can see long green leaves waving very gently, almost like they're moving in slow motion in the water. They can see stones on the bottom, rocks on the bottom. They can see what looks like moss in certain areas on the bottom. And as they move their head near the water to get a good look, they can smell that freshness of the water. And they sit back on the mat, resting themselves back against a bag that they've brought with them. And they close their eyes. And they breathe in and they breathe out, making each out-breath longer than each in-breath to begin to induce deep relaxation. They breathe in and they breathe out. And with each out-breath, with their eyes closed, they begin to get a sense of that reverie they were having. Just the odd flash of light and colour and movement. And then gradually, as they breathe in and breathe out, that reverie begins to feel more real. And they become less aware of sitting there on the edge of that lake. They know their body is sat there on the edge of that lake, but they're drifting off in a reverie. And they drift and float inside their mind, drifting, floating, dreaming. And they find themselves walking through a huge open grassland, and they don't know where they're walking to or what they're walking for, but they're walking through this grassland. And they realize they're walking along, holding the reins of a horse, and they've got a white horse that they're leading. And they feel the breath of the white horse on the side of their arm, and the warmth of that horse. And they reach with their hand and touch the neck of the horse and stroke that horse's neck and feel the warmth of the horse's neck and the softness of the horse's fur. and they can feel the strength of the horse through the reins they're holding. And the sound of the horse breathing. They can notice the horse sometimes becoming distracted and looking around it, and they have to keep just getting its attention back and keeping its head forward. And they look at the horse, they look into the horse's eye, see its ears moving, pay attention to its mane, and they keep looking down the horse. And then they see that there's what looks like a princess, or someone in the most beautiful dress, sitting on that horse. And they don't know who this is, but they've obviously given up their space on the horse for this woman to be sat on the horse. And so they go with the flow in this reverie. They assume that in this dream they must know what they're doing. So although it's just a reverie, so they're quite lucid and aware that they could have some control in the dream, they like the idea of seeing how this is supposed to pan out. So they continue just walking with that horse. And the woman's being very quiet. She just is looking around. She seems very friendly and pleased to see you. And the person continues walking along with that horse. And they don't strike up a conversation with the woman on the horse. They just look around, trying to work out where they might be going, what they might be doing, trying to find some kind of reason for this, what they're supposed to be learning from the experience, or whether they're supposed to be learning anything at all. And they notice that at first glance it looked like they were just walking through a vast open grassland. And they're able to notice that there are some high hills around the grassland on one side. They're able to notice there's woodland off in the distance on the other side. They're able to notice that it looks like there's some kind of a river or a stream off near the woodland. But they hadn't at first noticed that the grass that they were walking on appeared like it had been slightly trodden, like people perhaps occasionally took this route, almost like a path somewhere. And so they carried on following this path, gazing off in the distance, wondering what might be out there. Where might they be heading? And then they noticed, way, way off in the distance, near the hills, nestled among some trees, was a white castle. And they felt maybe that's where they're heading. And so they continued walking towards that white castle, seeing how this was going to pan out. And after some time of walking, enjoying peace and quiet, just walking along with the horse and the woman on the horse, they heard a loud growling sound. They didn't know what the sound was, where it was coming from, but they heard a loud growling sound coming from somewhere up in the sky, off in the distance. And then shortly later, the growling sound got closer and louder, and then closer and louder, and then they heard some swooping sounds. Before all of a sudden, this giant dragon slammed down in front of them and the horse, startling the person. Slammed down with a loud thud, making the earth vibrate. And the dragon spoke with a low, rumbly voice, demanding the return of the princess. And the person knew what they wanted to say and what their view was, and was also a bit scared by this, but at the same time didn't want to say anything, but wanted to let this character do the talking, and wanted to go along for the ride and experience how this is going to play out. And the person let go of the reins, put them over the horse's head, handed them to the woman on the horse, and calmly walked towards the dragon. And while walking towards the dragon, they calmly breathed deeper and more comfortably, until they were stood almost nose to nose with the dragon, dwarfed by the size of the dragon. They could feel the warmth of the dragon's breath. They could hear the dragon's breathing. And they faced both palms outwards, and they spoke in a gentle yet commanding tone that they're going to pass. They're going home. That they're not scared of the dragon. And the dragon seemed to get angry by this and raised its head up and let out a powerful burst of fire in the direction of this person, who in an instant pulled a shield around in front of them, blocking the fire, deflecting it around themselves, remaining cool behind the shield. They then put the shield back behind them and again calmly said, "We're going home." And calmly and assertively told the dragon what will be happening. The dragon got angry again, let out another burst of fire, and again this was protected by the shield. And again they reiterated, "We're going home." They didn't let themselves get intimidated. They didn't let this dragon get the better of them or take control of the situation. And in frustration, the dragon lost all its power and ability to remain angry. Because it reached a state of confusion and had no idea what it could do. Because this person didn't appear to be scared of it. And it could only truly get angry if it could evoke fear. And its dragon's code would only allow it to get angry and to ramp up that aggression if there was a return of aggression. In the first instance, the dragon's code only allowed intimidation. And so in frustration, the dragon launched off into the air. And rapidly disappeared off into the sky. And this person continued to walk the princess to that castle. And just as the sun was setting, and everything was taking on a golden colour, they arrived at the castle. The drawbridge lowered. They were welcomed with open arms and smiling faces. They explained what had happened, where they'd been. Everyone was happy to see the princess home. And that the calmness of this person had saved the princess. Their calm way of handling things. And then almost like fog clearing in the morning, the reverie disappeared. And the person felt a sense of comfort, of peace, had lost track of time. And found their eyes opening on the edge of that lake. And they were curious what it was they were learning from that dream. And then they saw this beam of light rising from the center of the lake, which began to spread out from the center of the lake towards them. It didn't seem to be moving anything. It didn't seem to have any substance. It just seemed like a beam of light spreading wider and wider until it engulfed them and continued spreading wider and wider. And then as it spread wider and wider, so they felt a sense of peace. They felt that somehow maybe the dream and this experience were connected, although they didn't know how. And they started to see in this light the world in a new way, started to understand the world in a new way, although they didn't know consciously quite what way that was. And then the light started fading from the distance and narrowing down onto them. And the light began to shine around them, closer to their body and closer, until eventually the light was shining within them and contained within them. And then once all the light was within their body, they could feel it pulsing through their body. That light somehow teaching their body something that their mind didn't yet know, something healing and helpful. And then before they journeyed back home through the woods, as the sun was beginning to set, they decided they would spend the night drifting, dreaming, and sleeping on this warm night by the lake. And they drifted comfortably into a pleasant, healing sleep. So as you relax and listen to me and begin to drift comfortably asleep, I don't know whether you'll find yourself drifting comfortably asleep faster to the sound of my voice, to the words I use, or whether it'll be to the spaces between my words, and as you comfortably fall asleep, I'm just going to tell a story in the background. And you can have a sense of rowing down a river, of comfortably rowing along, pushing the water back with the oars on one side of the boat, then the other, and then the other, and then the other, while relaxing back and looking around, seeing the trees on the banks, hearing the sound of the water as the oars push through that water. And then after some time of rowing down the river, you can have a sense of rowing up to the shore, exiting that boat, and starting to walk along the shore. And as you walk, so you can notice sounds around you. The rustling leaves of the trees, the sounds of birds and the breeze, the feeling of the sun on your face, sounds of each footstep you take, as you walk in search of a small little den. And you're searching for a tiny entrance to this den, trying to notice something somewhere. And after a while of searching, you find a small entrance that's almost buried as if it's part of a tree. And you walk through that entrance, and as you do, you find yourself in a long corridor. And you start walking down that long corridor, noticing the sounds behind you fading away as the sound of your footsteps echoes down the corridor. And you continue walking down that corridor. And at the end of the corridor is a door. And on the door is a combination lock. And you don't know what the combination is, so you close your eyes. You push on the first reel, on the first ring of numbers. And while you're pushing, you slide those numbers down just gently. And you do so with your eyes closed and all of your attention focused on sounds from the lock, on the feelings coming through your fingertips. And you hear and feel when the first number is reached. And then you move on to the second number and you push on that ring of numbers. And you start sliding that ring of numbers around, listening closely, feeling for sensations from the lock, until you notice that number. And then you do the same with the third one, the fourth one, and the fifth one. And then the lock pops open. You take the lock off the door. And with a creak and a scrape, you slide that door open and walk into the room. And in the center of this room, you see a large crystal ball. You walk over to that crystal ball. You rub your hands together. You gently rest your hands on the sides of the crystal ball. And you gaze into that crystal ball. And as you gaze into it, so shapes and colours seem to dance and move the longer you gaze into it. And while you gaze into it, you start noticing that movement becomes a person, as if there's a person somewhere else looking into another crystal ball. And you realise it's the messenger you've been looking for. And this messenger communicates a message to you. They tell you need to seek out the wizard. And that this wizard is going to share some knowledge with you. That's going to be very important. It's going to teach you about some connection. They don't give you many clues. All they do is say to follow the bubbles. And then what looks like a puff of smoke inside that crystal ball makes the image disappear, fade away. And you find yourself just in that room, in silence. And over in the corner of the room, you start to hear a popping sound and you see that there are some bubbles rising up by the wall. And you head over to that wall. And as you arrive at the wall, so you notice there's a breeze coming through a small hole in the wall. And you feel around the wall and find a secret door handle. Makes that wall turn around, opening a passage. You walk through that passage, and you follow that passage out to some woodland. And you don't quite know where you've come out, where this woodland is. But you start exploring. You start paying very close attention to any clue that lets you know how to find a path through these woods. And you look for anywhere that looks slightly more trodden. And you carefully and slowly find your way through the woods in search of this wizard. And as you search through the woods, so the sun begins to set. And so you set up a hammock for the night in a tree. Relax down in the hammock and drift comfortably asleep. And then in the morning, you take down the hammock and carry on your journey, searching for that wizard. And for a day and a night, and a day and a night, you search for that wizard. And then during a day, you see this weird, narrow, tall tower sticking out of the woods. And on the top of this narrow, tall, slightly bent and curved, almost erratic looking tower, you see what looks like a living space at the top. And so you find your way to the bottom of the tower. And you search around for a way in. And you see a doorway. And you walk into that doorway, but when you've walked inside, you notice there's no ladders up, there's no steps up. There seems to be no way of going up. And yet you can see high up into the tower. And you can see that it does look like there's a living space at the top. And you call up to the wizard, but don't get a reply. And you think, how are you going to get up to the top? And you call up to the wizard again. And you don't get a reply. Then you decide the wizard must have to come down at some point. So you'll just sit down here and wait. And you cross your legs and sit on the floor and close your eyes. And start allowing yourself to comfortably drift into a meditation. And while you sit there comfortably drifting in a meditation, you start thinking about just follow the bubbles, and about the bubbles that you saw, and you start having thoughts of bubbles. And while you think about the bubbles, so you start to feel a certain tingling feeling and a certain lightness. And you just relax and go with the experience. And while you're relaxing and going with the experience, you notice that tingling, that lightness seems to surround your whole body. And then after what seemed quite a long time to meditate, you comfortably open your eyes, wondering whether the wizard has decided yet to come down to see you, or arrived back to see you if they weren't up there already. You open your eyes and you find yourself sat on a rug in front of a log fire in a stone fireplace. And you stand up and look around you and can see through the small square windows, and you realise you're up at the top of the tower and you've no idea how you got here. And you wonder whether there was a connection between meditating on the bubbles, the feelings you felt, and now being at the top of the tower. And you see the wizard sat on a chair. And the wizard tells you that they need to teach you a lesson. They need to teach you something that will help you to connect. That there's a planet that you need to project yourself to. You need to connect with that planet for the safety and the survival of the planet. And you don't really understand, but they explain that everything has been building up to this. Touching the crystal ball, following the bubbles, and now learning from the wizard. And the wizard puts on a purple robe, walks over and holds his hands out, and he gazes between his hands. And you look wondering and waiting to know what's going to happen next. And he seems to have become motionless. And so you wonder what's going on, and you gaze between your hands, thinking, what is it about this weird gazing? And so you gaze between your hands, and then you become motionless. And then your two minds connect and become one for a while. Almost falling into harmony with each other, almost like dancing. And almost telepathically, the wizard communicates the idea of having a sense of that planet, and you'll go there. And you wonder, are you going to have to think of bubbles again? And as you think of bubbles, so in a bubble, you start drifting away from where you are. You drift through the roof of the house, and you realize, as you're drifting through the roof of the house, that you can see yourself and that wizard just there in that house, motionless, and yet you feel like you're drifting through the roof of the house, and you keep drifting higher and higher further and further, faster and faster. Until you can see stars flashing by. You can see the planet leave behind you. Then after a while you see a star getting brighter and nearer and brighter. And then you see a planet that's orbiting that star. And you arrive at that planet. And as you land on the planet, you notice there are people here, a different race, an alien race, but still there are beings here. And these people seem to be able to communicate with you, and you seem to be able to communicate with them. And they can see you, and you can see them. And you don't know what it is that you needed to come here for. And then you notice, you see that there's a worried look on their faces. And they explain that the star is about to let out an explosion that will destroy the planet, that will send radiation across the planet, so it'll just be a ball of rock floating in the sky. And you realize what it is you have to do. And so you sit down on the ground, you cross your legs, you rub your hands together, you hold your hands loosely apart, you gaze between your hands and wait. And as you wait, so you notice a ball of energy building and growing and forming between those hands. And you don't get excited, you just remain relaxed and observant. You go with the experience, you go with the flow. You gaze through your hands and you watch as that ball of energy expands beyond your hands, and that bubble expands to encapsulate you, and then continues to expand, and you notice that all the people start sitting down and doing the same, start copying you. And they all have bubbles now forming between their hands. And those bubbles of energy, those bubbles forming between their hands, begin to spread out to encapsulate them, and then spread out further and further, as yours spreads out further and further, until eventually you have a sense that your bubble is larger than the planet. And yet you're still just gazing between your hands. And then you have a sense that gradually all the other beings on the planet, their bubbles, are becoming larger than the planet. And that all these bubbles begin to merge and strengthen and fall into harmony with each other and resonance with each other. And the bubble expands wider and wider, to be wider than the atmosphere of the planet, and it spreads out wider still. And then while you hold your attention in this place, you notice a giant solar flare has erupted on that star, and you see it getting larger and brighter and brighter and larger and closer. And then you see the most beautiful aurora spread around the planet. and you calmly continue gazing between your hands as your peripheral vision awareness watches the spectacle unfold. And then after that solar flare has passed, the aurora begins to die down. And you begin to gradually start drifting back. As your bubble begins to reduce down to encapsulate just you, and then just between your hands. And you notice the same is happening for all these aliens. And then after all of you have shrunk your energy bubbles down, you stand up and you talk to them and realize you've just taught them something, a way to save their planet if anything similar happens in the future. And they've learned how to do this for themselves. And then you have a sense of floating away from the planet and drifting back through space and time, rapidly drifting back to where you came from and finding yourself with the wizard. And then the wizard congratulates you on your learnings and teachings and connection with the universe. And you walk over to the way down, and you find that you can now control the bubbles, and you lower yourself back down to the ground. And you find your way all the way back home with a sense of accomplishment, of achievement, of learning, where you can drift comfortably and relax asleep. As you take a moment to close your eyes, you can listen to me tell this story in the background. And as you listen to this story, you can begin to drift comfortably asleep. And I don't know whether you'll drift comfortably asleep more with the sound of my voice or the spaces between my words. And as you drift comfortably asleep, you can listen to me tell this story. And so, with your eyes closed, listening to me tell this story, you can have a sense of walking through a savannah, and you're walking through the savannah, having a look around, noticing just a vast area of grassland and the warmth of the sun shining down on you, and the occasional tree, and noticing herds of animals in the distance, and perhaps seeing some lions all sitting together under a tree. And you can be taking your time to stop, get your camera out, zoom in, hold your breath as you take some beautiful photos of birds in the sky, zebra, of different animals, as well as of the scenery and what you can notice around you And while you walk, you notice that you're quite thirsty. So you drink some water. And you think that you see what looks a bit like a hedge. And you think it's an odd place for a hedge. So you think maybe you're just a bit too warm. Maybe it's a little bit like a mirage. Maybe it's just something you're seeing as you walk around. But as you continue walking, you notice that it's getting closer, and that you're getting closer to it. You notice it definitely seems to have substance. It's not just a mirage. It just seems unusual to see this in a savannah. And so you continue walking, hearing the sounds of each footstep, feeling each footstep as it hits the dry ground. Noticing the colour of the sky, the colours around you of the ground, of animals. Continuing to walk towards that hedge, curious what might be behind it. And as you get closer, you become even more convinced that it's real. And once you reach it, you touch it just to make sure it's real. And it's a hedge that's higher than you are. So you can't see over that hedge, but you run your finger around it, touching the leaves, feeling with the fingertips that smoothness of the leaves. A kind of waxiness to those leaves. And you walk around the hedge. And notice an arch. It's a stone arch. And you notice that that stonework heads behind the hedge. You don't know if someone lives here or why this is here. But there's a wooden door with a latch, and so you reach forward, pop the latch, and feel the weight of that wooden door as you hear it creak while it opens in your hand, and you walk through and close it behind you. And you find yourself in the most beautiful garden. So lush, with lush greens and life, a complete contrast to the dry savannah. And you start exploring the garden. You take photos of plants, of insects, of butterflies, of the birds. You explore the garden. You sit down on the grass, just taking in the atmosphere, the calmness. You sit under a tree in the garden where you feel shaded. And then you notice, while sitting, that in another tree there's a hole. And you wonder whether it's just a hole into the tree because the tree's a bit rotten. But you think maybe you'll find some interesting insects in there to take photos of. So you head over to that tree. But when you poke your camera in to take photos, you realise it's actually a secret entrance. It's some kind of a secret passageway. So you crawl your way into that tree space and find some steps leading down under the tree. And you follow those steps down under the tree. And the deeper you go, the more you hear each footstep echo. And somehow there seems to be light down here, but you can't work out its source. It just seems to be well lit, like just being indoors on a sunny day. Somehow sunlight is being directed from somewhere into this tunnel. And you notice the brickwork of the tunnel. You feel the brickwork of the tunnel with your fingertips. You start taking footsteps and you hear the way your footsteps echo down the tunnel and then back again. And as you follow this tunnel, so the sounds from the garden begin to fade into the background. Until the only sounds you can hear are the sounds of your breathing and the sounds of each footstep you take. And then as you continue to walk in this tunnel, going deeper and deeper into the tunnel, you start to hear a faint sound of the movement of air, knowing that somewhere down here air is blowing into this tunnel, probably from another entrance or exit. And down the tunnel you find some stairs, and you walk down the 10 steps that spiral down lower, down the steps 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, all the way down those steps. And you find yourself in a deeper tunnel. And yet you know the tunnel above you still goes on somewhere, but you're now following this tunnel, which is deeper. And this tunnel's also lit well. But now you can hear a distant sound of dripping water and perhaps the slight sound of running water. And so you follow this tunnel deeper and deeper underground, curious about who built these, aware that they're man-made, curious about when they were built and for what purpose. And so you walk along the tunnel, and then you get to even more steps at the end of this tunnel. But rather than being spiral steps, these are just a gradual slope of steps leading down to a large open area. So you walk down those steps as your footsteps echo louder in the larger space. And you appear to be the only person down here, and this space is well lit. And what you notice is that there's a train line down here. You don't know where it goes, where it came from. It appears almost like you found a secret underground train station in the middle of a savannah, miles and miles from any civilization. And on the surface you can see no logical reason why someone would place a train station here, why they would hide the entrance to it in the base of a tree, why they would build a garden over it. And so you explore. You don't know whether anything ever uses this, whether a train ever runs along this track. But you decide that you want to explore this space. See if you can find any clues. Because it looks like it's old, like it's been here a while, but it looks like it's well kept, like people are still here. And as you explore and walk around, trying to find any clue you can, you hear a rumbling and a vibrating noise. And that rumbling and vibrating noise gets louder and louder, closer and closer. And you realise it sounds like an underground train hurtling along. So you hide behind some boxes and you watch this train hurtle into view before rapidly slowing down to a halt. And some people get off and you don't know what they're doing, and you decide, although you don't know how things will go, what this train does, that curiosity gets the better of you. You want to know, where does this train go? Why is this train here? Who built all this? What's its purpose? And so when no one's looking, you run and jump into the open doors, into a carriage on the train. And the carriage is empty. But just to make sure you're not seen, you just duck down rather than sitting in a chair. You duck down near the chairs. And then the doors close. The train accelerates rapidly away and enters into tunnels that plunge it into darkness, with just the faintest lighting in the carriage. And you can notice as you look up and down the train that there's a carriage a few carriages down that has lighting, and so you suspect that they just use the lighting in the carriage that's operational, in the carriage that has people in it, and that although all the doors for all the carriages open, they probably just have the lighting on in the necessary carriage. And all that's in the other carriages is just a bit like emergency lighting, just a subtle lighting in case anyone needed to pass through the carriage for some reason. Then you decide this is good for you, because it allows you to remain hidden. You don't know where this train's going to go. and the sound of it hurtling down the track vibrates and sounds loud and echoey in the tunnel. And after some time passing through the ground, the train rapidly halts and enters a station, and you peer up and have a look out, and you can see in the distance there's a few people milling around, looking like they're working on something. And you decide to be curious, to get off the train here. You don't know how frequently trains pass along here, but you decide if these people work here, they must have to come and go somehow and sometime. And you can't work out where you are in relation to where you set off from, because you don't know how far the train has travelled. But you know that for hundreds of miles from where you were, there was only Savannah. And then in one direction there was mountains, and in the other direction there were some towns and villages. And you know that you've head in the direction of the mountains, but you don't know if you've gone as far as the mountains, or maybe even further, or maybe the train curved on the track, you didn't feel it, but you've got no bearing to know for sure. But as you look around in this lit area, you notice that it looks like someone's just carved all of this out of a mountain, with its huge ceiling, buildings built in. So you creep around and have a look around, and you try to be really quiet so you can listen, see if you can notice any speech. And you notice people speaking, holding normal everyday conversations. And you notice some computer terminals, but all they do is just talk about letting you log in. And then as you creep around, you get close enough to be able to read a terminal over someone's shoulder. And you try and stay hidden, peering all the way over their shoulder. And as you read their computer screen, you notice that you found your way into a secret government facility. And that it seems that they've discovered something here in this mountain or in this cave that's to do with an ancient piece of technology. And this ancient piece of technology seems to be really powerful and could be used as a weapon, and they're attempting to work it out. And so you creep around, you want to find this ancient technology, you want to take a look at it. And eventually, after much searching, you find a room that isn't shut off, because they obviously don't expect people to find this place or be snooping. And anyone who works here obviously has clearance. And you enter that room, and because they want to keep this secret, They don't have huge numbers of staff. And so you creep into that room and look around the room. And in the middle of the room, you see what looks like an ancient stone case with a stone lid. And there's ancient writing on it. It looks a bit like Egyptian hieroglyphs. And there's metal bits on each side that obviously poles used to be put through so that people could carry this thing. And you imagine in your mind as you look at it that they probably had poles put through each side, and then maybe 4 people in front, 4 people behind, lifting this up and carrying it on their shoulders. And the lid is also made of solid stone. And you know that there's no way on your own you'd be able to lift that lid. And over near the back wall, you find a book of notes that obviously a scientist or someone who works on this project has been taking of their observations. And there's written down an interpretation of the hieroglyphs, of what they mean. And they talk of this box containing something so powerful, containing something so important, something that if opened, unless properly protected, rapidly harm the person who opened the box. And you read that it says that this can be harnessed and can be used in conjunction with specific equipment, a specific setup that can focus the harmful energy, and that it's not specifically that it's supposed to be harmful. That just happens to be a byproduct of what it is. But that as a warning, there's the risk that someone could create this and focus the harmful energy, that it needs to be locked away. And that this was created as a test. It was created to help people to have compassion, to help people to feel a sense of humanity, to help people to develop humbleness. By placing in front of people something with such immense power, that it teaches you to be able to turn your back on that power, to turn your back on seeking that power, being able to walk away from that power. It talks about being so incredibly difficult to harness the power. So anyone that's ever tried in the past has come to an unfortunate end. And yet the fact that there is a possibility means the wrong people may keep trying. And it now seems whoever these people are here that they're trying to figure out a way of safely harnessing this power for their own end. And you continue reading this translation and reading that people will keep trying to harness the power. And that when people stop trying to harness the power and can let go of wanting to have the power, then humanity will be ready for its next stage. And it doesn't explain what that next stage is, just that humanity will be ready once people can stop harnessing power, once people can stop being obsessed with trying to have that power, and instead walk past something powerful without feeling tempted, and that it's offering up the greatest temptation as a way of shifting human consciousness for those who can walk away. And you feel that this can't be allowed to get into the hands of all these people, whatever use they plan on having, because the best case scenario is that it'll harm them. The worst case scenario is they succeed in harnessing it, and that maybe that's why they have that garden, for somewhere they'll check and test the power, because it's in the middle of nowhere, miles from any civilization. And so you don't know how you're going to deal with this, how you're going to make this disappear to them. And there's no way you can take whatever it is out of this box, because you can't even lift the stone lid. And even if you did take it out of the box, it probably wouldn't end well for you, even if you weren't trying to harness the power for yourself. And you remember that you heard running water. And that now you must be under mountains, so there's probably more running water that perhaps flows off the mountains. And you think somehow they got this into this room. And you notice that it's up on some kind of a device. And you manage to find something you can slide under it. And so although it's incredibly heavy, you just about manage to get it rolling, get it moving. You sneak it out of the room. And you try and sneak it down towards the train line. It's incredibly heavy and hard work. And you know if they're working on it, it won't take them long to notice it's gone. But you have an idea. And you get it down to the train line. You then start pulling it on the rougher ground, aware that that's making some noise and just hoping people don't notice what you're doing, and hoping no train comes along here yet. And you follow an area of dampness that you saw of some slight running water. And you get it down into a small cave. You manage to pull it to where a cave is and drag it just off the train line into a small cave that's barely big enough for you and it to fit through. And you continue to pull it, moving it into this cave, knowing that at the moment if they search they'll probably still find it. And then you find a underwater river system where the water's flowing off the mountains, down through the mountain, before exiting the mountain, where it obviously flows off from the mountain. And you hope that this container is going to displace enough water to just about float, despite its weight. Or at least float enough to make it light enough. And you stand in the water and you start pulling it, and you can feel the cold water around you. And you pull it down this underwater river, and there's no longer any light. So you get a torch out to light your way. Surrounded by the sound of rushing water, knowing that no one will hear you now. And this rushing water has carved out caves within this mountain. And you follow it deep within the natural caves, following through those caves, keeping track in your mind of when you turn left and right, and where you might be. Until you find a space that you think is suitable, where the water is making a waterfall, and so is hollowing out some space beneath that waterfall. And you drop the box and the cart-like thing you are hauling the box on down into that space beneath the waterfall, and you start covering it over. And you know there's a risk it might get found. But you hope that it'll stop them finding it for now. And you know they'll be angry when they find it's missing. But there'd be no way that they would know that you were ever there, or who you are. Because being a top secret base, there was no cameras that you spotted, because they wouldn't want any way of anyone releasing any footage of it. And so you find your way back out towards that railway track. You decide this time you're not going to go on the train, but you spend some time filling in the gap in the wall that you went through to find your way into that river system. Scraping loose ground up and filling it in, So unless they actively touched on the wall and pushed on it and examined it to find out that it's hollow behind it, they hopefully won't find that gap, won't then be able to follow that river system and find their way to that place that you've buried that thing. And then you follow the track for a little way, aware that somewhere the train must turn around. Or somewhere there's got to be a way of letting air down here, so that air can circulate. There's got to be an end of the line, and so you find your way to where the end of the line is, and you see there's an air chute. And it comes out in the mountains. You work your way through that, you come out on the mountain. You see you're miles from where you were. And you're underdressed really for being out on this mountain. So although cold, you work your way down the mountain. You fill your water bottle with snow. And you can see where you came from. You can see the direction of the savannah off in the distance from up here. And you've still got your backpack with all the essentials in it. So you work your way down the mountain. And use your skills and knowledge to trek to the nearest little village, to get some supplies and then trek on to the next village and enjoy some time nomadically. Aware of what the future holds, and yet pleased with what you've done and with decisions you've made. Before finding a really comfortable place to set up a camp for the night. You build a camp up in some trees. Gaze up at the stars and drift comfortably asleep. As you listen to me, just take a moment to close your eyes. And with your eyes closed, you can begin the process of drifting comfortably asleep. And while you begin the process of drifting comfortably asleep, you can hear me talking in the background. And as I talk in the background, so your awareness can drift and you can begin to dream. And you can have a sense of being in a submarine. It's a small little submarine. It's almost like a giant glass ball under the water. And you're in this submarine and you can see all around you, and you've got some controls in front of you. And as you move left, right, up and down, so you can hear the sub's motors whirring as you turn, as you move. You can hear the occasional bubble of air rising from the sub as you descend. You can hear the regular ping of the sonar. And you can see outside the sub. You can see the sea. And you can only see a short way in front of you, where the spotlights on the sub are powerfully beaming out into the darkness, illuminating bits of matter that are just floating in the water. You can see different fish swim by and other sea creatures. You can see some larger creatures swimming by. Perhaps you can notice the slow-moving shark as it seems to serenely glide past the sub in the distance, moving its tail left and right, effortlessly powering itself through the water so gently. And as you gaze around, this underwater world can almost seem hypnotic. Where everything appears to be slowed down. Time appears to be slowed down. There's a certain feeling to the silence. There's a certain inkiness to the dark water. And yet there's a certain peacefulness to it all. And you look down at your dials and you start taking the submarine deeper and deeper into the ocean. And while the submarine slowly descends, so you can be curious about what the weather is like on the surface. You can be aware that when the sub was at the surface, the water was rougher. The sub bobbed and bounced around on the waves. Just like a ball bouncing around on the surface of the water, just floating there. And yet, as that sub descended, so the water became more still, calmer. The water started quite bright and clear, and gradually became darker and darker and bluer the deeper you travelled in the sub. And now down here, descending. With just the sound of the motor, that high-pitched kind of motor sound of the sub as it descends deeper and deeper. And just being able to look out from the sub, look all around you, almost all the way around you. Hearing the occasional whale sound of distant whales calling out and communicating with each other as that sound reaches the sub and reverberates through the sub. And you continue to descend deeper and deeper, and you reach a point where you start to notice what looks like a cliff edge rising up to meet you as you descend. And as that cliff edge rises up to meet you, your plan is to lower the sub down along the side of that cliff, down deep into that trench, going even deeper under the water. And you gaze up towards the surface. And there's just blackness. You've reached so far down, light doesn't reach this far. So looking up and you can't see the daylight of that warm sun that's beating down at the surface. And as you get closer and closer to that cliff edge, so you notice something interesting. You see what appears to be a park bench on the edge of the cliff. And you're aware there was a time long ago when this cliff edge used to overlook the ocean. And you imagine what that must have been like before the sea levels rose to their current height. You imagine what it must have been like. And as the sub continues to descend, your mind drift and wander and imagine what it must have been like to be sat on that bench, perhaps alone, just gazing out, enjoying the view, looking out over the sea. Or maybe with a loved one or with a good friend, and sharing the experience. And you imagine what that must have been like for them to gaze out to sea the sunrise, See the way the light shimmers and dances on the surface of the sea as the sun makes its journey across the sky. To be gazing down from that bench, watching the way the clouds move on the ocean's surface. The way the movement of the water creates shimmering and sparkling and twinkling light that changes as that sun continues to move. The way the sky goes from darkness with stars and the moon in the sky to gradually having some reds and orange in the sky before the sun appears on the horizon. And as the sun appears on the horizon, so blues start to appear in the sky. The sky goes from a black to blue, with different shades of reds and orange and yellow. And those shades of red and orange and yellow disappear as the sun continues to rise. And as the sun continues to rise, so the sky becomes more blue. And the water reflects that light. And so the water changes colour as that sun rises. And the shadows start out long and stretched, pointing one direction. They become shorter and shorter as the sun continues to rise. Until they seem to disappear at midday. And then start to get longer and longer in a different direction as the sun continues to travel across the sky, making its journey towards setting as the blue sky suddenly begins to change and darken, and reds and oranges and yellows begin to appear more. And the water perhaps shimmers a little pink and changes as that sun passes over towards setting. And you imagine what it's like. That person sat on that bench, perhaps coming here daily, seeing what it's like at different times of the year. Drifting and floating in their own mind, enjoying the journey of that sun across the sky, perhaps lost in thought, and feeling the warmth of the sun as it rises, as the warmth increases, and recognizing that that warmth begins to decrease as the sun passes overhead, towards setting. And how that person on the bench is able to notice changes to the sounds and to the quality of the sounds as the sun rises, passes overhead. And moves towards setting with different bird sounds, different animal sounds. And as the temperature changes, so sound also changes. And as the sun begins to set, so this person on the bench notices more prominently the lighthouse that's set back a little way from the bench on this cliff. Notices how that light, that powerful beam of light, pierces the darkness so silently, and yet with such life. Spinning round and scanning the sea. And knowing that that lighthouse is alerting ships out there, that there's land here, and the tip of that mountain is now an island, but it was once a cliff with a mountain behind it, with very few inhabitants. And so there was very little light, and it was a hazard to people on the sea, it was a hazard to ships. And the night air can be cooler on the face of the person on the bench as they gaze up and watch twinkling stars and see the moon as it's risen in the sky. And the sub continues to descend down the side of the cliff into this trench. And near the bottom where the beach used to be, and you steer the sub along what used to be the shallow water along this beach. Before you come to another drop off, another point where it's like a cliff edge, only this time it descends a long way. And in this sub you continue the descent, enjoying the calmness, enjoying the peace, the tranquility, silence of the sub, with just the sounds underwater, sonar beeping, the motor whirring, relaxing deeper and deeper down the side of the cliff. And you're after something that you were told was here, but you're unsure whether it is because you've never seen it. But there are old legends. There are old legends that there's a cave right down on the ocean floor, at the deepest point in this trench. And it's a huge cave. And so you want to go and see if you can discover that for yourself. And everything outside of the beams of light from the sub is pitch black, inky black. You see occasional jellyfish and squid dart into view. Explore the sub with curiosity. You see other fish. Explore the sub with curiosity. But everything outside the sub appears to get slower and slower, as if the pace of life slows right down here. And as you continue down in the sub, so you reach the bottom of the ocean at this point. And as you reach the bottom, the lights light up the bottom and you see it's like pure white. And the motors churn it up, and as you're just a small amount above the bottom of the ocean, that pure white churns up and fills what you can see out the window. And you swim out of that cloud of pure white in the sub. Moving that sub through that cloud. And the motors are making a cloud behind you. But you keep moving forward as you move along the edge of the cliff, looking for that cave. And the lights of the sub light up the side of the cliff. And then after a little while of searching, so it's like the lights have disappeared into blackness, like there's nothing to reflect the lights anymore. And you know this is the cave. And so you steer the sub into the cave. You notice the sounds of your motors have changed sound slightly due to the acoustics in the cave underwater here. But there's something slightly different about the sound. And initially, as you drive the sub into the cave, the lights from the sub appear to not reach anything. It's just blackness in every direction. Wherever you look out the window, everything is just black. And you drive that sub deeper and deeper into the cave. And you follow your sonar map. And then you find at the back of the cave a tunnel that's narrower and yet still plenty wide enough for your sub. And you follow that tunnel, and you know that once this was all volcanic and that you're now inside the mountain of this island. And where you are once lava flowed, and you follow this tunnel. And you have to focus as you pilot the sub safely through the tunnel. And you reach a wall in the tunnel. And you're surprised by how smooth the wall seems. And so you follow that up. You start rising up within the tunnel. And you notice that this tube, this tunnel, is going diagonally. And so you continue following it and you steer it in your sub. And it takes your focus to safely do this. And after some time of weaving through tunnels, you start seeing some light. And the submarine breaks the surface and is bobbing around on the surface of water. And you go out of the exit of the submarine onto a ladder bit that's on the outside of the submarine. And climb across onto a ledge. And you realize that you're in the top of this mountain. That somehow the water has filled the mountain higher than the land around it. And this old and empty volcano is now full of seawater. And you don't know how this is possible, but the water levels can be so high within the mountain. But you start exploring, and you find some old writing on the walls. You find evidence that this has probably been an empty volcano for many thousands of years, and that people have somehow found their way in here. Perhaps they used it for shelter or some other purpose. And as you explore the writing and the symbols, so you begin to learn and discover something about yourself, about humanity, about hope and possibility, about the wonders of the universe. Something these people knew that's been lost along the way, about what's important. And then as you explore a dark tunnel that's just off of the ledge, so you see a light at the end of the tunnel, and so you head towards that light. And it looks like a crystal or a giant diamond resting on a plinth. And something within you makes you feel compelled to place both your hands on that diamond, or on that crystal. And as you do, so suddenly you feel energized, you feel a flood of energy flowing through your body, flowing through your mind, almost like it's giving you insights, learning, deep time knowledge, wisdom, understanding, an understanding of the ancients and of their ways and their learning and knowledge, and how they came by that knowledge. And you kind of go into an altered state where suddenly it's like you're not in that tunnel anymore. Instead, you're stood in a vast, empty space, almost like a space of nothingness. You have no sense of up or down except that you're walking on something. You have no sense of left and right, or backwards and forwards. Every direction seems the same as every other direction. And yet you seem to be able to walk like normal, but you could just as easily decide to walk facing a different direction, even facing down or facing up, and you can walk like normal, as if there's a land beneath your feet. And so there's no concept of up nor down, nor left nor right, nor backward nor forward. Just you in this space, accessing some kind of universal knowledge, wisdom, wonder and curiosity. And you see something off in the distance. And so you walk towards it because there's nothing else around. And then you decide, why not walk elsewhere? And you're walking towards it and you look around you. And in every direction you see nothing but black. And yet it's not dark. And the only thing is whatever it is you can see in front of you. And so you walk in a different direction, and within a few paces, the only thing you can see around you is that thing that's in front of you. And you know you've changed directions. And so you look around you to where you came from, and you can't see that thing. And so you change directions again. And within a few paces, you start to see something in front of you. And so you look around you and you can't see that thing that you've just walked away from the direction of. It's as if somehow it doesn't matter what direction you walk. It is inevitable. You're going to walk towards that thing. And so there's a certain comfort to this. And you have a certain level of acceptance, and so you just carry on walking. And the closer that you get, the more you notice that it's like a pile of clay, just resting there on the ground in front of you. And yet you can't see the ground. Everything around you is just black. You just have a sense of a ground. And you feel compelled to take hold of that clay. And you start unconsciously just moulding that clay, almost absent-mindedly, like doodling or twiddling with something, just absent-mindedly moulding that clay and sculpting that clay. And you don't know what your hands are doing. They're just moulding and sculpting that clay instinctively. They don't know why, they don't know what they're doing, they don't know the purpose, they don't know the meaning this will have deep within you. They don't know the connection that clay has to the you moulding the clay. And just taking time to be moulding that clay, moulding a sculpture out of that clay. Whatever is appearing is self-expression through the fingertips, through that clay. And there's a certain coolness to the clay, and a feeling of the way the clay gives when you squish it and touch it, the way the clay goes through the fingers, the sound of the clay as bits of clay are pushed against other bits of clay. Taking time to mould something out of that clay, almost like being in a daydream while moulding and modelling that clay. And then after a while, there's almost like an enlightenment, a sudden realization that what has been being moulded is finished, is complete. But I don't know whether that you looks at that and recognizes what it is, or doesn't recognize what it is, but somehow intuitively understands, or doesn't even look at it, knowing that the discovery happens on the inside, And something about the completion of this leads you to just stand up, turn around, and walk in the other direction, knowing that that's left exactly where it needs to be, modelled exactly how it needs to be modelled, to have some kind of influence positively within you, without knowing what that influence is going to be until it's discovered in everyday life. And you start to walk back through the void. You don't know where you're walking because you can't see an exit. All you know is that that clay is no longer in front of you. And after some time of walking, so light begins to appear. And as the light begins to appear, with a deep breath, the eyes open, looking at that diamond that the hands are on. And there's a certain energized feeling. And there's light given off by that diamond while it's being touched. And then as the hands are removed from it, so the light fades, and you start your journey back through that tunnel, back to that ledge. And you know somewhere deep inside you, something has shifted, something has been learned, something wonderful has happened. And then you get back into the submarine. And you close the door to the sub. And with the sound of bubbles, you watch as the water level around the sub rises as you descend, popping under the water, going back down into the tunnels within this mountain, down deeper and deeper, with a certain sense of curiosity about the future, going down deeper and deeper, following those tunnels all the way back to the ocean. And then at the ocean, starting to rise that submarine up, slowly, gently, with tremendous patience. Enjoying the silence of the ocean. Slowly and gently rising up, firstly to the top of that first trench, then moving along to that cliff, and rising up the cliff. And seeing the ruins of the lighthouse, seeing that bench on the cliff, and continuing to rise up as you drift deeper and deeper asleep, continuing to rise up in that submarine. And as that submarine gets closer to the surface, so there appears to be more life, more fish. Movement in the sea appears to be faster than deep down under the water. And at the surface, you exit the sub and you get back onto your boat with the other crew, and you've had a long journey. And so you know you're going to tell the crew what you've learned, what you've discovered. But you need to process that for yourself first. And so you take some time to go to bed, because all you want is a lie down after such a long journey and with so much to process in your mind. You lie down, you take a few comfortable deep breaths, and you drift comfortably asleep. And while you drift comfortably asleep, so you begin to find yourself in that void. And in that void, you find peace. You find harmony and balance. You find comfort and wisdom. You find a certain sense of curiosity and insight. And as you drift and dream, so you have a sense of a comfortable healing light, helping to guide you deeper into the drifting and dreaming, passing through your head, passing through your neck, your shoulders, and your arms, passing through your body, your upper back, into your lower back, your chest, down into your stomach, passing down to your fingertips, and down towards your legs, as you drift and dream deeper and deeper asleep, so comfortably and relaxed. Connecting with this void, with something about this space that helps you learn and develop while you sleep, helps you find peace, calmness, tranquility, inner focus and wonder and wisdom as you process those words on the cave wall, those symbols on that ledge, as you process that clay object and the self-expression that went into modelling that object. As you sleep and dream on that boat, with the swaying, rocking of the boat on the waves, helping to lull you comfortably asleep, connecting you with that deep inner wisdom. As you drift asleep now. So as you listen to me tell you this bedtime story, you can begin to drift comfortably asleep. And I don't know whether you'll drift comfortably asleep more with the words I use, with the sound of my voice, or with the spaces between my words. And as you fall asleep comfortably, I'll just tell this story in the background. And so while you fall asleep, just take a moment to close your eyes and listen to me telling this story. And you can have a sense of being out on a boat, and you're miles out to sea, looking forward to going down under the water in a submarine. And as night time sets in, so you can be sitting on the deck of the boat, feeling the gentle sway of the boat with the waves, gazing up at the stars in the sky, noticing whether the moon's in the sky, and if it is, just noticing what the moon looks like. Is it a full moon, half moon? How much of the moon is visible? And noticing those stars, how they twinkle, how when you get absorbed gazing at the stars, silence seems to set in as you become one with those stars, almost like nothing else matters as you gaze at those stars, feeling the gentle sway of the boat on the water, hearing the slight lapping of that water against the sides of the boat, drifting, floating in a sleepy kind of way. Waiting for the time to be right to go down in the submarine. And then you can enter the submarine, and you're looking forward to your journey underwater. You're exploring for something you're sure is there, but no one has ever seen it. As you enter your submarine that's like a giant glass ball, and it lowers down into the water. You can hear the splosh as it hits the water and see that water rising up around until it rises up above you, and then the stars become wavy, and then gradually they disappear as you go deeper under the water. And you can hear the ping, ping, ping of the submarine. Scanning the environment as it lowers down deeper and deeper underwater. And you've heard about something, a legend, that only once every 100 years appears. And by your calculations, now is the time. And you go down lower and lower. And above you is darkness, and around you is darkness. And occasionally you see flashes of light that you know to be different fish, different sea creatures swimming around. And patches of light that you know to be certain algae and certain other small organisms that glow with the movement of the water. And you go deeper and deeper, and it really takes its time to go deeper underwater. And all you can do while you go deeper and deeper is wait and relax. Just waiting and relaxing, going deeper and more relaxed with the experience. And then once you reach the bottom, so you begin to steer forwards, and you hear the motor kick in as your submarine steers forward. And all you can see beneath you, in the lights of the submarine, is almost like snow, like a white sandy bottom to the ocean. It gets churned up a little bit as you drive the sub forward, just above the bottom of the ocean. And you can hear the sonar picking up the sound of a cliff face in front of you as you get closer and closer to that cliff. And then you can notice that cliff face, that although everything looks dark, the cliff face looks slightly darker than the background darkness. So you can just about make out that there's something there. You get closer and closer and you look at your coordinates and you keep following along. And then you see an arch in the cliff face. And it looks like an archway that's just perhaps carved in the cliff face with water flowing through it. But there's something different about it, a different texture. And you drive your submarine through that archway, hoping that this is the sign you were looking for. And as you pass through the archway, you see the most incredible thing. That you're now in what seems like shallow water. You can notice that above you, you can see light and the surface of the water, and yet just a moment ago you couldn't. And it looks like that surface and that light is just above the height of the archway. And the water here is lighter than it was, as if it's shallower water. And you don't know how that could be, but you know that's kind of what you thought it might be. And so you rise up to the surface inside this archway. And as the submarine breaks the surface, so that water slides off the sub each side, creating a sploshing sound. And the submarine starts bobbing on that water. And you can see light that's like daylight, that's as bright as a sunny day. And yet there's no sun, it's just a diffuse light coming from all directions above you. As if there's a sky but no sun, and no clouds. And you power the submarine over to the shore. You open the top of the submarine and climb out on top, and you attach the submarine to the side, hooking it in place, making sure it'll be here when you need it, when you leave here. And then you jump onto the shore to start exploring. And you see what looks almost like glass, blue, crystal buildings, like a vast city. With towers to rival anything you've seen before, that look like they're made out of these huge shards of glass or blue crystals. And you see what look like people, but they're pale, incredibly pale. And one of them comes over to you and somehow telepathically communicates ideas straight into your mind. And it doesn't feel like a language as such, just a communication of ideas straight into your mind. And when you think things, they respond to it as if you've just communicated ideas straight into their mind, as if somehow you can communicate with each other. And they seem incredibly friendly. And they take you from where you landed and moored up along a white path towards what seems to be crystal paths or glass paths, where everything seems to be made out of glass or crystal. And nearly everything seems to be with a blue tinge. And you touch the glass and notice how smooth that feels under your fingers. And the person starts telling you about this civilization, about how they formed, about how they first created this underground world, about how it was created above ground initially, then over millennia. The ground has very slowly moved over millennia tides have risen and fallen, and currently tides have risen to a point where they're shut off from the outside world. But they're an ancient race, and so in their timescales, this is just a temporary period. They're an ancient race where each being is millions of years old, where there's only been about 4 generations since the beginning of Earth time, where they arrived here. With the oldest beings being over 1 billion years old. And they talked about how they don't reproduce until they're near the end of their life. And then as one dies, another one is born. They talk about how they helped to start life on Earth. They saw the beginning of life. You follow them around, you follow them up into one of the vast palaces. And you notice this isn't just like a small, tiny city. From inside the palace, gazing out of a window high up in the palace, you can notice that as far as you can see, these beings exist. As far as you can see, there are properties they live in. That their land goes on. And they tell you about how once every 100 years or so, their entrances to their land become accessible. That the entrances phase in and out of reality as we would know it. And the rate of phase shift means they come into reality as we would know it, once every 100 years or so, for a period of time that to them is less than a blink of an eye. But to humans, it's a few days, and then the wavelengths gradually go out of sync again and won't be back in sync for another 100 years. And that's how that entrance was able to be open on this night. And so you explore this area. You get taught about some of their secrets, about their desire for peace, for creating life, for creating consciousness and seeing growth. Feeling that creating life is the best gift they could ever give, that they had the ability to create life. And they then let that life lead its own life. And just from some simple instructions, over their lifetime, they watch how that life evolves, how those simple instructions get used on a world. To see what occurs. And then with a thought, you present the idea that you would like to check out other areas, and you want to know how large is this underground world. And the idea comes back to you that it's as large as the overground world. But that the entire thing is in its own phase shift. And so the two realities, as it were, only present themselves in the same location at that once every 100-year cycle. The rest of the time they're just an observer on our world, and we have no access to see their world. And they present the idea to you to go exploring, to make the most of this opportunity. And then you get this idea, jump, and you think you must have misthought it. They kind of gestured from the top of the tower, this idea of jump. And you thought, well, I'm not going to jump from the top of a tower. And the idea was presented to you of comfort and safety and trust, and that you should trust. And so you trust them. And you find yourself floating off the ground slightly. And you realize that somehow in this land, people have greater ability and control over themselves. And that the laws of physics are slightly different to the laws of physics in the reality you've come from. And you and this being fly out the window, fly out from that palace, and fly and explore the land, having that feeling of weightlessness, drifting, floating, comfort, exploring. And then you land down in what's like a village centre. And the way everyone's milling around and just getting some food and just doing everyday things reminds you of like a medieval village. And yet, this isn't a medieval village. Somehow they have greater mental capacity and capabilities. Somehow this entire land is different to the reality you're used to. And there's a deep sense of peace here. And there's a sense of silence, but it's only when someone directs an idea to you that you almost hear their voice in your mind, or your interpretation of their voice as your mind interprets their ideas. When someone's buying something, you can see that they're presenting ideas to the person they're buying from. You can see that person's presenting ideas back, but you can't hear a single word. Not even in your mind, because those ideas aren't in sync with your mind. They're in sync with each other, with the two communicating to each other. And you notice something about the communication of ideas, how when minds sync up, they communicate ideas with each other that unsynced minds don't pick up on, and that the syncing happens on both sides. So this seems like a very silent world, just the sound of people moving around, or these beings moving around. Like the sound in a shopping mall without the sound of speech. As if everyone's shopping in silence. So you can hear footsteps, movement of things. And you can see vast open spaces that are like fields. And it's like they have an entire community. You don't know where the light comes from in this area, but it's almost like somehow this whole land is contained within an electromagnetic bubble. And maybe the electromagnetic bubble somehow conveys light. That just lights everything up as if it's daylight, but without any sunlight anywhere. And after taking time to explore, you present the idea that it's time you go back to your ship, because you know this place is going to disappear. And you know this place isn't going to be back for another 100 years, and that by then you'll be long gone. And you hope that a future descendant comes and revisits and follows in your footsteps. And you take some learning, some deep learning from ideas presented about peace, love, change, curiosity and wonder, and healing and well-being. And you find your way back to your submarine. And your host and a small gathering of others stand on the shore, looking peaceful and friendly at you as your submarine lowers down into the water, leaves back the way it came, and finds its way back to the boat. So as you listen to me and begin to comfortably drift off asleep, I don't know whether you're going to fall asleep deeper and quicker with the sound of my voice, with the spaces between my words, or perhaps with the words that I use. And as you drift comfortably asleep, so I'm just going to tell a story in the background about two friends going on an adventure And these two friends have been on a lot of adventures before together. And they're now on a plane, flying to the middle of nowhere. And the plane isn't a very big plane. They've got the headsets on and they're talking to each other through headsets. And they're on this plane as it's flying. And they can look out the windows and see below them a vast savannah. They can see mountains in the distance. And they can see that there's nothing around for miles that's man-made. And after some time flying, while feeling excited about this adventure they're going on together, they see a mud runway, pretty much a landing strip, that someone has just swept away the mud and cleared an area of mud to make it a little bit smoother than the surroundings. And it has some sticks just marking it out on the ground. And the plane curves round and then comes into land. They can feel that bumpy landing of the plane before it comes to a halt. And as the plane door opens, the propellers are just finishing spinning, slowing right down to a stop. They walk down some steps out of the plane, feeling the heat of the air in this area. And they're on a quest, they're on a search for a legendary machine they've heard about that was created thousands of years ago, that works a bit like a computer. And they've heard about it but never seen it. And in this terrain, the best mode of transport really is either some kind of four-wheel drive vehicle or motorbikes. But they've decided to opt for a small minibus, which isn't the most practical vehicle, but it allows them to take a bit more equipment. It allows them to have somewhere they can sleep comfortably, rather than having to pitch up tents in this wild area. Something that they can turn air conditioning on in this heat. So they set off in their minibus, following a compass and a paper map, in search of this long-lost machine. And the minibus bounces and jiggles them around. While they just travel across the land with no roads. And they're heading towards the mountain range. And where they're going is supposed to be just before the mountain range. And off in the distance they can see different animals. Up in the sky they can see bird of prey circling. And they enjoy this adventure they're going on, sharing these experiences, creating future memories. And after a long drive and a very numb bottom, they arrive at what looks like a large hill in front of the mountains. And they know this large hill is actually the site they're looking for. No one has ever explored this area before. And from satellite photos, people have always just assumed this is a hill that's part of the mountain range. But they noticed something different about this hill that only really showed when they turned up the contrast in the images and looked at the images in black and white. There was something about the shapes that were created that let them know this was a man-made structure. And that although it appears to have been covered over, it looks like it was a man-made structure that was covered over with dirt to hide the structure. But they suspect this is a long-lost pyramid, and that all they have to do is find a way inside, and they'll discover what they're looking for. And they climbed up the mound and used ground-penetrating radar to establish that there were hollows inside this hill. But they didn't know where the hollows were. So they got more equipment out. They carefully started walking around the outside of the pyramid, around the outside of this mound. With infrared sensors, trying to pick up differences in temperature. And they found this hard to do while it was daytime. So they decided to leave it until night time. So they went back to their minibus, settled down in their minibus, had something to eat, relaxed and chatted. And they did that all afternoon, well into the evening till the sun had set. The sounds of crickets arose, and other sounds of night time. They then went back outside, where the darkness was inky thick. They went over to that mound, that hill. And they pointed the infrared cameras at the hill and started walking around it, looking for different temperature changes. And as they walked, the temperature seemed pretty even in all directions. And they continued around the outside, and it continued to be even. And then they reached a point where they just saw a slightly different colour, a darker spot, just slightly darker. And they made a note of that location, and then carried on to complete their circle around the base of this mound. and the only slightly darker spot was in that one location. So they went back to that one location and suspected that all this mud had been placed over the entire pyramid, including where the entrance was. But behind the entrance is probably a bit of a tunnel. And so that would just affect the heat that's in that location. And they thought it probably wouldn't be much different, but they hoped it would be enough to reveal its position. So they got some shovels and they started digging their way into where that heat source was. They marked it on the mound and started digging inside that marked area. And as they dug, initially it was just mud, and then it became stone rubble, and it appeared like someone had just filled that area, filled that entrance with stone rubble, so that the mud wouldn't just fall inside. And they placed the mud over the top of the stone rubble. And they removed some of that stone rubble. They could see a smooth stone area around the edges, that this definitely was a passageway. They removed all the mud, removed all the rubble, and it took them a while and it was really hard work. And they were glad they were working at night where it's cooler. And they got their torches and entered the pyramid. And the legend was that this pyramid was from 8,000 years ago, from a race of people that used to live here then, who are incredibly wise and knowledgeable. Who developed technologies way ahead of their time that appeared like magic to others, but that they had to do all this with just the resources they had on hand. They didn't have metals, especially not in the quantities needed to do what they would like to have done. And as they walked into the pyramid, they noticed how the sound changed, how their footsteps echoed, how the air pressure seemed to change and the temperature seemed to change. And they walked deeper and deeper into this pyramid. And after some time of walking, suddenly something glistened off of their torchlight. Something highly reflective. And they realized they'd come out in a chamber. In the beams of their torches, they couldn't quite see what was in this chamber. It was so large, they couldn't really get an idea of the whole thing. So they walked back out of the pyramid, went and got themselves a whole load of lights. And the lights were powered by a generator they had with them. And the generator was outside the pyramid. And between them they carried all the lights into the pyramid. All the way into that chamber. And they started positioning those lights around the outside of the centre of that chamber, and each time a light was positioned they turned it on and it illuminated a part of the chamber. They'd position the next light, turn it on, it would illuminate another part of the chamber, then the next light and the next light. And once they had the whole chamber lit, they noticed something incredible. That there was a silver lake that was huge in this chamber, with a small island in the middle. And they poked a stick into the lake and saw it was reasonably deep. And by the way it moved, they realized this was a lake of mercury. Somehow, these ancient people had got this huge quantity of mercury here. And on the island appeared to be some kind of sarcophagus or something, and some other object that was much, much larger. And they had to figure out how to get across the mercury lake. So they pondered this and they thought about it, and they thought they couldn't inflate a raft and sail across. It wouldn't work in the mercury as well as they would like. It's not water. They decided they would use planks. They had some planks on top of their minibus. They went and got the planks, tied the planks together, and tried to create a bridge out of planks that would stretch across to the middle. And they realized that it had to stretch so far that they felt that by the time they were between either end, their weight would probably snap the planks. So they ended up coming up with another idea. They decided to use the planks and some rope. And they made themselves 2 rows of planks. It meant that it was narrower because they couldn't use planks to get the width, but they'd use 2 rows of planks and some supports up between them. And then they'd use the rope and they'd convert it into a suspension bridge. They'd take the weight of the bottom planks across the ropes, across the top and down into the supports. And it took them hours to make this. And after hours and hours of making the suspension bridge, they finally began to move it into place. And it was really heavy. They began to move it into place and managed to get it across to that central island. And then one at a time they walked to that central island and they saw that it was a sarcophagus. And the big thing next to it looked like the machine they'd come to check out and find. And they moved a piece of stone on the machine, and suddenly more stone started moving, and thin bits of metal started moving. And it appeared to be made with thousands of incredibly thin metal cogs. And somehow the mercury was used within the device to make it so everything spun just right and as frictionless as possible. keeping the metal down to a minimum. And while they looked at it, they saw different images drawn on it. They saw long metal spikes sticking in different directions with different symbols on them. And everything moved in harmony. And as they watched it, they realized that depending on what they moved, how fast, in what order, it seemed to be revealing to them things about the way the universe worked. It seemed to be showing that somehow they knew that clouds in space were other galaxies. One thing that was moving resembled a telescope. And seemed to change where it was pointing, depending on how the whole system moved. And it looked like some things moved like the planets, some things appeared to be the stars. And it appeared that they had an understanding that the stars were part of a collection of stars that we would call a galaxy. And it seemed to be like a giant electronic telescope, that you could set it to what you wanted to see in the sky, and the whole telescope would shift, and it would show you on the device what it is that you'll be looking at if you look through the telescope. But it seemed to also have different combinations of symbols appear, from circular pillars at the bottom, that when interpreted seem to tell you something about what it all means, about time, about the future, almost like a fortune-telling machine. These friends realized that perhaps this was all buried and kept hidden, because it was felt by the ancient races that somehow this could tell the future and could predict things that might be harmful to know. And they had no way of removing this from this pyramid. And they realized that at some point a part of the roof of this pyramid used to slide open. And it looked like certain parts of the pyramid used to lower down and create a bridge over the Mercury to the center. So it would open up a space and give you a safe way to cross the Mercury all at once. And they didn't try that now because they know it's all covered in mud, and that mud would probably fall in and cave in on them. But they found this fascinating, this engineering. And after they recorded everything they needed to record about this, and learned what they could about how it was made, how it worked, what all the different symbols said, and took as many notes as they could, knowing they could probably then rebuild it in the future in modern materials, but also knowing they can come back and re-examine this now they know what it is and where it is. They left the pyramid. They sealed up the entrance again. They spent the rest of the night just camping. In their van, in their minibus. Before heading back in the morning to fly back out of here and continue their work on what they've discovered. So as you begin to comfortably drift off asleep, I don't know whether you'll drift deeper asleep with the sound of my voice, or whether you'll drift deeper asleep to the words I use, or perhaps even to the spaces between my words. And as you fall asleep, I'm going to tell a story in the background. A story about a man who is rowing down a river, and he's been rowing for some time. And he's got into a rhythm with his rowing, hearing the sound of the oar in the water on the left and the right, the left and the right, the sound of pushing that water back and the boat moving forwards. And as he rows, so night sets in. The moon rises in the sky, stars twinkle up in the sky. Everything takes on a blue hue, and the silver light of the moon shimmers on the surface of the water. And you can hear the water being moved with each row. As he continues along this river, and while night sets in, he can hear night sounds in the forest around the river. He can hear rustling leaves as the wind blows through the trees. And feel the smooth, calm movement of the boat as he continues rowing down this river. The river twists and turns and just flows calmly. And he continues rowing down this calm river. Then after some time rowing down the river, this man decides that there's a space up ahead that he can see that looks like an ideal place to set up camp for the night. So he rows to that space, rows up onto the bank, climbs out the front of the boat, pulls the boat up onto the shore, puts the oars in the boat, gets his stuff out of the boat and starts to set up a camp. He creates a tent-like area using some material he's got and some wood that he's got. And then he creates a fire in front of that. Just a small little fire. Lights the fire. Places some material down inside the tent to sit on. Sits himself down. Makes himself some food to eat and something to drink. eats the food, drinks the drink, and then rests back and just enjoys the sounds around him, enjoys the sounds from the forest, enjoys the sound of that water lapping so gently on the shore. Enjoys gazing up at the stars and the occasional shooting star that flies overhead, and the bright moon in the sky, and the way it casts silver sparkles throughout the river. And he lies back in his makeshift tent, gazing up at the top of his tent, watching the way the light makes shadows dance around the inside of his tent, as that campfire slowly burns down to embers. And as the fire burns down to embers, so he drifts comfortably and peacefully asleep. And after a beautiful night's sleep, the man awakens. He can still feel some warmth from that fire, even though it's burnt down to just dust. And he eats some food, has some drink, packs everything away, looks around him, looks around where he is, looks up and down the river, you can hear the sounds in the forest. Drags the boat back into the water, gets back into that boat and carries on his journey, rowing down the river. And as the day continues on, so the man gets closer to his destination. And eventually the river opens up into a vast lake, and off in the distance he can see hills, and behind them he can see mountains. You can notice the hills are green, there's all the trees, the mountains have white tops. And then up in the sky, he notices what it is he's come here to find. He notices a castle in the clouds. A kind of shimmering, whitey, silvery castle in the clouds, just floating up there in the clouds. And this is what he'd come to discover. He didn't know how he was going to get to that castle. He thought to himself that he'd figure that out when he arrived. So he rowed the boat ashore, pulled the boat onto the shore, and started walking round the lake, looking up at the castle, trying to work out how you get up to a castle in the clouds. And as he walked around the lake, he could see something strange. There appeared to be something glowing off in the distance around the lake. So he walked around the lake towards that glowing area. And as he got there, he noticed it looked like magma coming up from the ground and flowing to the lake, just slowly and gently. It looked thick and gloopy, and it was giving off tremendous heat. And it just seemed to be flowing up through the ground and just gently flowing across the ground to the lake, where it's creating a white mist or fog as it boiled off the water at that point of the lake, that would travel a little way across the lake before dissipating. And around this little magma spot, the ground was black, where old magma had poured out and just gradually spread out in different directions. And occasionally it seemed to reach trees and plants, and before it had even reached them, they would burst into flames and turn to ash. And luckily it was flowing down towards the water, so it would flow out slightly widthwise, but always diagonally, always pouring down towards that water, never back towards the forest. He didn't know how this could be helpful. He didn't even think it could be. But he had been curious at why there was a light coming from here. He continued looking up at that castle, now in a different direction, trying to figure out how he can get to the castle in the clouds. And as he was thinking and wondering, he remembered stories of phoenixes that could rise from ashes. And so he decided he would try and summon up a phoenix. So he stood by the ashes that were just outside where the lava was burning, and he started chanting a ritual, reciting a ritual, trying to call up a phoenix. And he imagined in his mind this phoenix rising from the center of the ashes and the magma from that lava flow. And as he chanted and drifted inside and gazed at that space, and his vision began to narrow, his attention began to narrow, he began to enter an altered state. And just as that was happening, he could hear some cracking, some different sounds. And then this huge black phoenix burst and broke free from that lava flow, from the ash, with golden talons, golden feet, and a golden beak. And once it was fully free and it shook off the ash and shook off the lava, it flew up in the sky, circled round, like it was gaining a sense of its freedom, looped in the air, dived down, and then landed on the shore near the man. The man was a bit startled, and he walked over to the phoenix, and the phoenix lowered its head to the ground and lowered itself down to the ground. And the man walked over beside the phoenix, touched the neck of the phoenix, could feel the warmth of the phoenix, climbed on its back and it launched into the air. It flew around the cloud, flying higher and higher, until eventually it was above the cloud. The man was looking down on the castle and the castle grounds. And the phoenix flew down and landed in the castle grounds, lowered itself down again, bowed its head, and the man climbed off. And the phoenix seemed to just wait while the man went exploring. And everything seemed so deserted, so quiet. And he walked down what looked like crystal-lined footpath to the entrance to the castle. He knocked on the castle with a huge reverberating sound, and the castle doors swung open slowly. He walked inside and he could hear his echoing footsteps in the vast area of space. He walked around that area. He called out and got no reply. He walked up some steps to a landing, and then up some more steps to another floor. He started exploring in that area. He went over to a window and could see through the window out over the cloud grounds, and could see all the way down below the lake, the river, the mountains off in the distance. Everything looked so pristine. It looked like people must be here. Eventually he walked into a room where he found what looked like an upright humanoid wolf. And they spoke with a deep voice and a friendly voice. They spoke of a curse that inflicted their land. That their greed had led to this curse, where they all turned into wolves. And their castle was raised from the ground to isolate them for eternity. And they were to live out for eternity. And that this castle used to be where the lake now is. And it was pulled from the ground and raised into the air, floating on a cloud. And they'd never seen anyone since they've been up here, and it already felt like an eternity. And they'd had that eternity to think, to learn, to realize their focus was in the wrong place, and that they'd brought this curse on themselves. And the man spoke and said he'd come here because he'd heard legends that there was a chalice, and that if you drank from that chalice, you'd experience serenity. You'd experience a connection with the world. And they told him that's true, there is a chalice that will bring you a connection with the world, a sense of serenity. But by having something that can make you feel so good, can lead to wanting power, to wanting to control that. And that it can become almost like a drug. And that they reached a point where they were charging people vast sums of money for people to feel good for periods of time. And that what was needed wasn't just having a good feeling, but making that last and learning from it. And they wouldn't teach people how to learn from the good feeling. So people would have the good feeling and then it would pass, and they'd remember how good they felt, and they'd want to buy the experience again and again and again. And they got greedy, and eventually a wizard turned up and told them they were abusing something wonderful. And then banished them into the clouds, turned them all to wolves, and vanished himself. And they took the man to this chalice, and they sat the man down and they said, "We don't just want to give you this, we're not going to take any money from you for this or any gifts for this. We want to educate you before you have the experience, so that you know how to take this experience and use it and learn from it and make it a part of your life, so that you only have to have this experience once." And the man sat and listened, and they explained about the feeling you have, and how to replicate that feeling, how to get that feeling in everyday life, and how it's about contrast, how having the feeling all the time means you stop being aware you've got the feeling, and explained about how you need to have times where life is a bit rough, so that you can enjoy the times when life is smooth. And for a day and a night, and a day and a night, they explained and taught how to take this learning, internalize it, and look at life in a new way. And only then did they say, "We now know you're ready for the chalice." And in a vast room with just a pedestal and a chalice on the pedestal, and some spouts of water pouring from beneath the pedestal, out from the pedestal, down into a container below. They took the chalice off the pedestal, put it under one of the spouts of water, filled it up, carried it in 2 hands to the man. The man had a drink from that chalice, finished all the water in the chalice, and found himself drop to his knees, close his eyes and go inside. And he started to dream and think, and his mind began to connect, like different patterns firing in his brain, different changes happening through his body. He could feel it travelling to his fingertips, his toes, through his body, and spreading out from him, connecting with everything else. And after a while, suddenly, as if it was like a click of the fingers, everything was gone. The experience was gone. He just felt peace, serenity, compassion. And then he heard a rumbling as he opened his eyes and looked around him. And everyone seemed a bit nervous about what this rumbling was. And he saw all these wolves beginning to go misty and start to transform. And he could see through the windows that the horizon was moving. And all these wolves began to transform and turn back into humans. And then suddenly there was a massive thud and a splash sound. And everyone went running out the front of the castle. And they were no longer on a cloud. They'd landed back where the lake was, back on the ground again. And at the entrance to the castle's grounds, they saw the vast entrance open, and in walked a wizard. And everyone went silent. And over the space of a number of minutes, he walked up towards the castle. And then he walked up the steps. And he walked up to what turned out to be the king of this castle. It was the wolf that the man had spoken to when he arrived. And the wizard told them they'd learned their lesson. They taught this man properly. They'd shown great insight. They're ready to teach others the same message, and to spread that message out into the land again, and to teach for free. And then the wizard vanished into thin air. The phoenix vanished into thin air. The king thanked the man, who then left the castle, left the grounds, went back to his boat, took his boat onto the river, and rowed his boat back down the river, heading back to his home to share his tale, to share his learnings, the wisdom he'd learned, the knowledge, and to process the experience and get a good night's sleep. As you listen to me and begin to comfortably drift asleep, you can allow your eyes to close. And with your eyes closed, I'll just be talking in the background. Telling you a story about a caterpillar and the life of this caterpillar. And this caterpillar awoke one day on the most beautiful green leaf. And he had this desire to eat, to feel a sense of fullness, of wholeness, of satisfaction. And the caterpillar ate and he ate and he ate. And it would almost seem to be in a trance-like state. Almost like the caterpillar was just doing the behaviour without thinking about the behaviour. And then one day, the caterpillar started to think about their behaviour rather than just do their behaviour. And as they thought about their behaviour, they started to be able to change their behaviour. And so the caterpillar continued eating, but now ate what it wanted, when it wanted it. It now started eating more by choice than on autopilot or by habit. And as the caterpillar now wasn't eating all of the time, the caterpillar started having space in their mind for thoughts and ideas to flow. And the caterpillar felt like time was ticking by, and that they must do something. And they got a twinkle in their eye as they started having these revolutionary ideas. The ideas of being able to fly, being free from this leaf, being free from where they feel trapped. And every day the caterpillar would dream of being free, would dream of not being trapped where they are. And they started having more time thinking and less time eating. And the more time they had thinking, the more powerful their dreams got, and their desire for a different life, their desire to go travelling, the desire to leave the leaf. And then one night, the caterpillar felt this strange feeling, and it was a comfortable feeling. It was a kind of knowing feeling. And the caterpillar started drifting off asleep, singing to themselves. And they sang a relaxing song as they drifted off to sleep and found themselves drifting comfortably and deeply asleep. And the song took on a kind of automatic singing as they just drifted deeper and deeper asleep. And they felt a sense of excitement, of wonder, of curiosity at what was to come. They felt they're on the brink of a big change, and they didn't know what that change was, but they felt they're on the brink of a big change to freedom, to wonder, to excitement, to personal growth and development. And it felt like they were sleeping for an eternity, drifting and floating in a dream. And as they drifted and floated in dream, They found themselves flying in the sky, flying up towards the moon, seeing the ground down there, seeing trees, seeing plants, seeing the leaves. And they knew this was just a dream, and they imagined, what if this was real? Then after what seemed like the longest sleep, the caterpillar awoke, and the caterpillar found themselves waking up inside what felt like a shell. And so they pushed themselves out, and they felt a bit funny, felt a bit different, felt like something had shifted while they were asleep. And they pushed themselves out and realized that they had wings, the most beautiful wings, the most beautiful colors. And they moved their wings up and down. And they noticed they had these long, slender legs, slim body. And they felt so much more full of energy than when they just plodded around on the leaf before they slept. And so they walked forward a little bit onto the leaf, flapped their wings, practiced just for a moment or two, and then quickly took off into the air, flying up high, recreating their dream, flying up above the trees, looking down on the leaves, noticing the movement of the trees. And they could see off to the horizon in all directions. And they fluttered around, and they used so much energy, exploring and testing this new way of being. They got hungry. They flew down to a leaf, and they went to eat some leaf, and instead of being able to munch on the leaf, they found that they no longer had a mouth quite the same. And they wondered what they're supposed to do, what they're supposed to eat now. And as they were looking around, they saw that other butterflies, as they realized they now were eating from plants, were drinking something from within the plant. So they flew to a plant and they had a taste, and it was the most beautiful taste they could imagine. Such a sweet taste. But they didn't hang around long. They took off and spent most of their time flying, enjoying their newfound freedom. And they'd fly from leaf to leaf, from tree to tree, from plant to plant. They'd fly up high and explore, and just get caught in some wind to allow them to drift effortlessly through the sky, seeing more of the world around them. And then at the end of their first day as a butterfly, they settled down and drifted comfortably asleep, dreaming about what else they'll explore, where else they'll go, what else they'll discover. And they enjoyed waking up to a sense of freedom a sense of wonder, to being so much fitter and healthier, to being able to go exploring wherever they want, whenever they want. And by the next day, there was even more butterflies, and they looked around and there was blue butterflies with iridescent wings that seemed to change and shimmer as they moved. Butterflies with reds and oranges on their wings in different patterns, different styles, some with black spots, black stripes. Butterflies with yellow wings, butterflies with bright blue wings with white dots. Large butterflies, small butterflies, all flying up and enjoying the morning. And there was a low-lying mist, this most beautiful mist, leaving little drops of water on the plants that would catch the sun in the most beautiful meadow, surrounded by woodland, which was surrounded by some mountains. And it was the most calming and peaceful place, enjoying a sense of calm, a sense of peace, sense of wonder and tranquility, a sense of this is the life to lead. And every day became a pleasure. Every moment felt like a gift, to be enjoyed flying around, keeping fit and healthy, enjoying flying around, dashing from plant to plant, stopping to eat when more energy is needed, mixing with those other butterflies, having a sense of freedom and control and being able to go where you want, when you want, be in control of your own life. And the butterfly continued living a long and happy life, looking forward to having children and passing on, being a butterfly to the next generation, where the next generation can have that sense of wonder, that sense of excitement, that sense of freedom. That sense of having a twinkle in your eye. And that first time you gaze down on the earth, where your world is no longer just one small leaf, but that one small leaf is just a tiny part of the whole world. And with a sense of satisfaction, a feeling of love and kindness, and a deep sense of relaxation, the butterfly settles down, at night time closes its eyes, and drifts comfortably and deeply asleep. And as you begin to drift comfortably asleep, you can listen to me tell this story in the background. And one day, a man is out on an adventure. He's gone on a safari, and he's out in Africa on a big 4x4. And he's got his camera and he's scanning the horizon. He's looking for lions. He's zooming in on the zebra. He's seeing what he can see with his camera. And then the 4x4 drives on a little bit and will stop somewhere else on this savannah. And he looks around, he takes a few more photos. And then it moves somewhere else. And they get a different perspective, seeing different animals. And he can notice the colour of the sky and how that contrasts with the colour of the ground in the savannah. How much browns there are in this savannah, while there's also pockets of greens and other colours. And there's the occasional pool of water, making a striking blue area within the savannah. And when he looks through his camera, looks through the eyepiece, and he zooms in on something, he can't hear it, but he can see it moving and walking and feeding. And while he's watching the animals, he feels like he's somewhere else, some time else, where there's no sounds of what he's seeing. It just feels like he's there with them, in the same way that when you look through a telescope at night time and you look up at Saturn, and you're in the pitch black and all you can see is what you can see through the eyepiece, and you can see Saturn moving slowly across the view that you're looking at. And you almost feel like you're floating in space, just a little distance from Saturn. And the first time someone does that can be a really profound experience. And then as the sun begins to set on the savannah, so the light begins to change. Shadows begin to stretch across the ground. Contrast increases. And a certain orange hue takes on the environment. And he takes plenty of photos. At this time when the sun is setting, when the animals are beginning to settle down for the night. When the light is just perfect for photography. And after the sun has set, and there's no lights anywhere, he gazes up and sees the most beautiful, magnificent night sky, arcing overhead. Sees the way the Milky Way stretches across the sky. He takes some photos of the sky before they all get back into this 4x4 and head back to the camp. And back at the camp, he goes to his room, goes out on the balcony out the back of the room, and you can hear the nighttime sounds of the savannah. You can feel the gentle breeze on his face. While he sits there at a table with his camera, reviewing the photos he'd spent the day taking. And as he sat there reviewing the photos, so his mind began to wander. And while his mind began to wander, he began to wonder. He wondered what it would be like to be living here, nomadically, to be living out on that savannah, where every night you're greeted with that glorious space view. Every day you feel the warmth of the day. You see animals going about their daily life. And he wondered and wondered about what that must be like. And he just sat in that chair, relaxing, letting his mind drift and wander. As his fingers clicked through the photos, while he was just gazing into space. And after going through the photos and doing some wondering, he went to bed, settled down looking forward to the next day, and drifted comfortably asleep. And while he drifted comfortably asleep, he started to dream about himself, living out on a savannah, and he had a pet wolf that was a companion that came on his journeys with him, kept him company. He started to dream about the adventures that him and his pet wolf would have. Of going hunting, to catch food, of sitting by a river for hours and hours relaxing and fishing just to catch a fish for dinner. Of building his own camps and shelter. And he became absorbed in the dream. And while he became absorbed in the dream, he started to have a sense that in this dream, this time period, was going back just a couple of 100 years. And he could see cutting across the savannah was a railway track with an old steam train traversing the savannah with ornate wooden carriages, people dressed, smart old clothes. And he watched as the train passed by. And he saw in the distance a train station. And he decided that he would go check out this train station. So him and the wolf made the journey along the edge of the train track, following that train track towards the train station. And as they walked, he could hear the sounds of his footsteps. He could feel the slight breeze on his face and the warmth of the sun, and hear the panting of the wolf. And he followed that track towards the train station. And as he got closer to the train station, so he noticed how basic the station was. And there was no one there, just a train station in the middle of nowhere. There was no sign saying the name of the station. There was no roads leading to or from the station. Just a station in the middle of nowhere. And he walked up onto the wooden boards of the station, noticing how his footsteps sounded different as he walked from solid mud up wooden steps onto a wooden platform. And he walked into the shade on the wooden platform and sat down on a bench, and the wolf came and sat beside him. And the two of them just sat and waited. And while they sat there waiting, he reached over and started petting the wolf, scratching just behind the wolf's ear, stroking the side of its neck. And the wolf gently rested its head against the man's leg. And as the sun travelled across the sky, the man just waited. He didn't know where the trains came from, where the trains went, but he was curious to find out. So he just waited and waited. And after some time, he could see in the distance some steam on the horizon. And a little bit longer he could see a train appear on the horizon. And he watched as that train got nearer and nearer to the station. He stood up, he walked over towards the track and waited near the track as the train noisily pulled in, let off some steam, and came to a halt. And he climbed up some steps and into a carriage. And he noticed there were other people talking among themselves on the train. He sat down in a window seat. And the wolf lay down on the floor by his feet under the table. And the train jolted to a start, slowly at first, and then picking up speed as it left the station. And the man was curious where the train was going to go. And as the train left the station, it picked up speed, getting faster and faster, noticing the increasing speed of the clickety-clack of the track, watching the outside world go by. And then suddenly there was a blue flash, and a bright light, and then darkness, all outside the train. And yet the train felt no different. It seemed to still be going at the same speed. It was making the same sounds. There was no jolt. There was nothing on the train that would lead anyone to think that anything had happened. And yet outside the window now were lights, almost like points of lights or stars. There was no longer any Savannah. In any direction, whatever window he looked out of, there was just lights. And then the train seemed to be speeding up, and the lights nearer to the train began to look more like streaks. And the man was confused, and yet the wolf lay on the floor, perfectly calm and perfectly comfortable with the experience. So the man trusted that the experience was fine, was safe, which led to an intense curiosity to discover what's occurring, where this is. And then the train began to lean slightly, as if it was turning. And as it did, the man noticed out of the window on the opposite side that there appeared to be a planet, like although the train was making sounds like it was on a track, it now seemed like it was in space. And the train began to circle that planet. And the man didn't know what to make of this, how you're supposed to leave the train, what's supposed to be occurring. And he gazed down at that planet below, and none of the other passengers on the train seemed remotely fazed by this. And then a guard walked down the centre of the train, asking anyone who's getting off at this stop to follow him. And the man didn't know what that meant. How can you get off when you're in space? But he thought he's here on an adventure. He's curious, so he may as well try and find out what's going on. So he followed the guard down the train. And the guard ushered the man, his wolf, and a few others into what just looked like a carriage at the back of the train. And he walked into that carriage, sat down against the wall, put on a seatbelt. The door was closed. There was a psst sound as air or a separation happened between the carriage and the rest of the train. And then there was silence. And the man had this vague sense of movement, vague sense that the carriage was moving. And he could see out the back of the carriage a small little square window. And he could see through that window, and he noticed the carriage began to face towards the planet and just seemed to float easily, calmly and effortlessly towards that planet. And then as it got nearer to the planet, the carriage began to shake and vibrate slightly. You could see red light at that window. And then after a few minutes, the red light cleared, the vibration stopped, and he could see the ground beneath him. And then after a few more minutes, he heard a thud as the carriage rumbled slightly, and he could see through that window that it had landed on the ground. And he took the seatbelt off just as someone was opening the door to the carriage. And he walked out of the door. The wolf followed him, and he was dazzled by the bright light of the day. He looked up into the sky to try and see the rest of the train. He tried to work out where he was. Nothing looked familiar. It all had a vague sense of familiarity, in that plants were green, mud was brown, the sky was blue, but none of the plants were familiar plants. None of the view was a familiar view. And strangely, as he turned and looked back at the carriage he'd just exited, it was on a railway track. Somehow this railway carriage had entered space, had detached from a train, had dropped into the atmosphere of a planet and landed directly on a train track. And he thought to himself how impressive that is, to be able to land an object like that on two rails on the ground from space. He didn't know what he was supposed to do, what he was allowed to do, but he decided to go exploring. So him and the wolf, they went off, had a bit of a wander. And they could see off in the distance was a river. So they walked over to that river. And they looked around and they could see the way the sun for this planet looked in the sky, that it seemed to have a slightly oranger tint to it. And that was making the blue of the river water have a slight orange glow to its surface. and they reached the river, and the man put his hand down. He wanted to feel the water. Put his hand down, he rested his fingertips into the water. He could feel that cool, flowing water passing through his fingertips. He could hear the bubbling of the water as it flowed downstream. He could see animals he'd never seen before, drinking from the river. And strange fish he'd never seen before, swimming in the river. And he followed the river all the way down to a lake. And as he got down by the lake, it was starting to get late. So he decided he needed to build himself a shelter for the night. And he was curious whether he could build himself a shelter on the lake. So he went collecting some wood from the woodland. He collected long bits of grass. He peeled off strips of bark from some of the wood. He wrapped it all together and put it all together and created a raft. Then he created a tent shape out of wood, and he placed that on top of the raft. And then he bound the two together. And then he went and found some large broad leaves. He placed them over the top of the tent, and using the strips of bark, he weaved them all together. He found some moss and leaves and other soft material that he placed inside his tent on the raft. And he had a small area of the raft that the tent didn't cover. And he got some stones and he placed them around in a circle, gradually moving to the center of that circle. And then he made himself a little fire. He knew that there was a risk that it could possibly burn through to the bottom, burn through to the wood underneath it. But he'd left an air gap, and he was confident that the way he'd made the fire, that it wouldn't get through to the raft itself, and if it did, he could just knock it into the water, and it would be fine. He then moved the raft out onto the water to see if it would float. Pushed it out onto the water. The wolf helped by pulling on the raft. They got it out into the water and it floated. And he climbed into it. The wolf climbed in next to him. The raft tent bobbed up and down a little bit. He used some vines that he'd found around the trees to to attach the raft to a stake that he left on the shore, so that it could move out from the shore a little way but was still attached to that point on the shore. He lit the fire and cooked up some fish, and relaxed down for the night in that raft. And as he relaxed, he closed his eyes. He could feel the gentle bobbing motion of the raft tent on that water. He could hear different night sounds, different animals at night. He could see what the night sky looked like here, and how it was different to the night sky on Earth. And he began to drift off asleep, with the warmth of the wolf lying next to him. And while he drifted off asleep, he began to feel this deep sense of serenity, of peace, of calmness, a deep connection with the environment, with the world around him, like he was one with the world. And as he relaxed deeper into the experience, all he could see in his mind's eye was blackness. And then he began to hear footsteps, like footsteps echoing in a stone chamber. And gradually, a stone palace began to appear around him as the darkness began to disappear. And as the darkness began to disappear and this stone palace appeared around him, he realized the footsteps were his own, and that he was walking through this palace. And he looked up, he looked around to see how grand it was, the colour of the stone on the walls, on the floor, the echoey sound of each footstep. He touched some of the stone pillars to notice how polished they were and smooth. And he walked towards someone sat in a seat. And as he got near them, they rose and walked down some steps towards him. And they started telling him about some secret knowledge and a secret library underneath this palace. And they walked around and down some steps, and he followed them. And he walked with them down the spiral stairs underneath the palace, where he saw mile upon mile of books in an underground library. He was told that all the knowledge of the universe is contained somewhere within all these books. And the knowledge you seek, you shall find here. And he didn't know he was seeking knowledge, yet he did know. His curiosity has driven him to continue exploring into the unknown. and he walked down the different aisles of books. He could smell those books. Until he found a book that seemed to resonate with him. He didn't know what it was about the cover that made the book resonate, but it somehow resonated. He picked the book off the shelf, was surprised to find he could understand the writing, despite its ancient look, and despite the fact that it's on an alien planet. He found himself effortlessly reading through that book and effortlessly absorbing that knowledge and wisdom from the book. It talked to him about pretending, and that pretending is the key to everything. And he didn't fully understand this, but it talked about pretending is the key to success. And after reading the book, he walked around and read another book and another book, until eventually he decided it was time to make the journey home. And he journeyed back out of the library, up the spiral staircase, back into that palace room where his footsteps echoed as he saw that person sat on the chair. He then walked away, across the stone, echoing his way out of the palace. And strangely, the palace seemed to lead into darkness, and he kept walking as the palace began to fade and darkness set in, until all he could do was hear his footsteps. And then after a while, his footsteps faded, and he woke up in that tent, floating on the lake, relaxing, with the wolf sleeping beside him. And he saw the sun on this planet rising, heard the change in animal sounds as a new day set in. He pulled himself back to the shore, and the two of them walked back, following the river, and then heading back in the direction of that train carriage. And as they approached the train carriage, he was surprised to see that the carriage was now just one of many carriages on a train on the track. And he went to the platform and he climbed on the train. And he sat down on the train and then heard a whistle sound as that train jolted to a start. Started along the track, picking up speed, getting faster and faster, chugging along, the clickety-clack getting faster and faster, the scenery flashing by, faster and faster. Then there was a dazzling light, and then blackness and stars. And yet the clickety-clack sound continued, Everything on the train continued as if nothing had changed. And yet his experience told him he must now be back in space, leaving that planet. And he watched out the windows as all the stars flashed by, turning to streaks, getting faster and faster. Before getting that feeling of the train turning again, and then looking out the window and seeing the earth below. And then, like before, a guard walked down the centre of the train, saying anyone who's getting off here, follow him. And he followed the guard to the back of the train, into the carriage at the back of the train. He strapped himself in. He heard the carriage detach from the train. He could see through the small window in the back that the carriage was heading down towards the earth. It rumbled through the atmosphere. Before landing on earth, and the door opening, and he exited the train. And he saw that it was back on the track, almost at the point where he'd got on it. And the man and the wolf left the carriage, looked around and took in the familiarity, the feeling of walking back on earth again. And started making their way back across the savannah. And after a little while of them making their way back across the savannah, the man on his safari began to drift deeper and deeper asleep beyond the dream. He began to drift into a deep, recuperative sleep, where his mind and body would heal itself, make all the necessary changes from the day for the future, integrating all learning, all inner wisdom, all the insights gained from the day and from the experiences, and learning from the dream. And the man drifted deeper and more comfortably asleep. Aware that at some point in the morning he was going to go on another safari adventure, and would probably lead to more dreams, more strange tales at night, to help him relax, sleep, and reprogram his mind to be the person he's becoming. And with a smile, he drifted to sleep, into a deep and comfortable, relaxing sleep. So as you begin to drift comfortably asleep, you can listen to my voice in the background, and while you listen to my voice in the background, I don't know whether you'll find that you drift comfortably to sleep faster with the sound of my voice, with the words that I use, or perhaps with the spaces between my words. And as you comfortably drift off to sleep, I'm just going to tell you a story about a king. And one morning, like many others, this king wakes up, having slept so soundly, so peacefully, so comfortably in his bed. The king wakes up, And he rolls over and looks at the Queen. He gives her a kiss as she snuggles down a little deeper into the bed. He then climbs out of bed. He walks over to the window. He opens the window, breathe in some fresh morning air, and he gazes out over the land below. He looks out beyond the walls of the castle. He looks out to the nearby town. He looks out over towards the river that weaves through the woodland and the countryside, through meadows and farmland. He notices the gentle mist above the fields, the way the rising sun glistens on the river. You can see a boat out on the river. You can feel the warmth of the morning sun while breathing in the coolness of the air. And the king grabs an apple from a bowl of fruit that's in front of the window and walks around the room to the exit. He leaves the room, tries to close the door as quietly as he can, letting his wife sleep while he walks down the corridor, and goes to start his day. And as he walks down the corridor, biting into the apple, chewing the apple, wondering how his day will go, you can hear people milling around, you can hear people cleaning. And he walks down the stairs, he goes downstairs in the castle. He goes to a grand dining room, sits down at one end of a long table in that grand dining room. He gets bought his breakfast and eats his breakfast while he sat in that dining room alone. And after breakfast, he walks out of the castle and wanders into the gardens, and he starts walking around the garden. And every morning, the king follows a similar routine. He wakes up, he lets his wife lie in, he has some breakfast, he walks around the garden, and then he feels ready to start his day. And as he walks around the garden, so he notices the different plants. He just pays attention to the way bees are pollinating the plants and flying from flower to flower, and dragonflies hovering, and birds jumping around and flying, and the way trees sway gently in the breeze, and the different smells of the different flowers as he walks past them. and the feeling of the grass under his feet. And after walking around the garden, helping himself to feel a sense of connection, of grounding, of calmness, of peace, the king sets to work for the day. And the king goes to his study, sits down at his desk, gets out a huge old book, thuds it down on the desk, goes to the page he's marked to carry on reading from, and he continues reading through that book while taking notes on what he's learning. And as he reads through the book, so he begins to learn more about an ancient text that he's searching for. And he's been searching for this ancient text for years, just trying to find out where it may be. And he's been reading different ancient books to find the location. And this ancient text apparently helps to teach about peace, ways of bringing harmony and connection. And he wants to do the best by his land. And he wants to promote peace and harmony and find the best ways of doing that. And yet he feels, although others tell him that he's wise, he feels that he's not. He feels that he's got a long way to go and a lot more to learn. But he doesn't know what that journey is or what it is he needs to learn. He just knows that a text like this may well help. And so as he reads and takes notes, he discovers some patterns in the text, some way things are worded, way things are put together, and he realizes that he thinks he's figured out where this lost ancient scroll is, this lost ancient text. And so he writes down what he thinks. He looks at a map. He works out that it's a few days' travel. And then he sits back in his chair, pleased with his discovery. And takes a few moments to think about how he will travel to that location. And while he's doing this, his wife, the Queen, wanders into his room. And he tells her they're going to go on an adventure. They're going to go on a journey to find this ancient text. And later that day, the King and the Queen set off in a horse and carriage down to the riverside. They pass through the village. They travel all the way down to the riverside, where they board a small boat. Their luggage is placed on the boat with them, and the boat sets off down the river. And the king feels a sense of excitement He's glad his wife's with him. To share the experience. And they set off down the river, heading to the river mouth, heading to the open ocean. And they arrive at the ocean. Then the boat pulls into a harbour near the river mouth, just a little way along. And all their stuff is transferred to a bigger boat. And they get on the bigger boat. And that bigger boat pulls out of the harbour and starts travelling out across the ocean. And the king and queen have never really been outside their land. They've never been beyond the edge of the ocean. So this is an adventure for them. It's all new and exciting. And while the boat goes on this journey, they walk around the deck. They notice what it feels like to be swaying gently on the ocean's surface as the waves pass by. The sound of the water, breeze, the way the sun is setting in the sky as they continue across the ocean. They then settle down for the night. Knowing that it won't be long until they arrive at their destination. And the next morning they awake. They have breakfast, they enjoy the sea view. They relax on the ship. And halfway through the day the ship reaches land. And they leave the ship. There's a carriage waiting for them. And their belongings are placed on that carriage. And they board the carriage and travel to a nearby hotel. And they explore the town around the hotel, knowing that tomorrow they'll be going out into the woods to search for that ancient text. So they explore the town, they observe the people, the architecture, and then they go back to the hotel, sleep for the night, and in the morning they set off into the woods. And they go on foot, they walk from the town, they walk out in the direction of the woodland, they walk through some fields, they walk through some meadow, and they walk into the woods. And as they walk into the woods, so they notice the changing sounds of their footsteps, the way the air gets a little cooler in the shade. Sounds of the rustling leaves of the trees and the movement of the branches. And they wander deeper into the woods, and the king has his map out. And they initially follow a path, and then they turn off the path and head deeper and deeper into the woods. And as they head deeper and deeper into the woods, the king has to follow the map to make sure they're definitely in the right direction and heading to where he thinks this ancient text is. And after some time walking deeper and deeper into the woods, they find some ruins, looking like the ruins of an old monastery. And the king and queen explore the ruins, looking for any sign that there was an ancient text here. And they know they're in the right place because they found ruins, but they don't know if they'll be the ancient text. And then the queen notices that there's a feeling of air on her legs as she walks past an old ruined wall, and she realizes in the ground that there's signs that there was a tunnel here, and that there's still a little bit of a tunnel visible, and the air seems to be getting sucked down into that tunnel. So she calls over the king, and together they move bits out the way of that tunnel, and together they walk down into the tunnel. They light a torch, noticing the flickering flames on the walls, stretching down the tunnel, the way shadows dance. And the sounds of their footsteps down here. And they walk down the tunnel. And then they find themselves coming out in a chamber. And across the other side of the chamber is a door. And down here, everything still looks pristine, as it probably had when it was last used. Most of the original tunnel had mud and leaves, and different things had blown into it over the years. But it seemed that down here, this far down, much of that wasn't reaching. And they walked through the door into another tunnel. They followed that tunnel for a little way before seeing a door off to the left, and the tunnel carried on. And they didn't know whether to take the door on the left or keep walking. And they decided they may as well explore through this door, because they can always come back and carry on if they need to. So they walk in through that door, and none of the doors are locked. And as they walk in through that door, so their torch catches reflections from diamonds and other precious stones dotted around the walls that aren't there to display wealth, but are there to spread light and colour. And they light a few torches around the room, and they see a chest on the floor, and the chest has a huge lock on it, And the king tries to yank on the lock. And this chest looks as if it could have been placed here just days ago. And the king kicks at the lock to see if he can break it. All to no avail. And so the queen takes a pin from her hair, and then another pin, and starts fiddling inside the lock with the pins. And the king's mumbling about how it probably won't work, and the queen tells him to be quiet. She needs to focus, she needs to concentrate, and she needs to listen. And she listens closely as she gently moves one pin around, and then moves the other pin, and then gently moves that pin around again, and then moves the other pin, and then moves the pin around again, and then moves the other pin, and then a fourth time, and the lock pops open. And she looks up at her husband and smiles, and he tells her how wonderful she is, how clever she is. And she obviously tells him that she knows. And they both open the chest together and look inside the chest. And inside the chest, they see what looks like a purple velvet cloth, scrumpled up, and resting gently on the cloth is a book that looks like it could be a modern book, could be from today. It's in such good condition. And the king picks up the book. He sits on a seat in the room. His wife, the queen, sits next to him. They start turning the pages, taking a look in this book. They realize that this book is many, many, many hundreds of years old, and that it is filled with all this wisdom they were seeking, and knowledge about how to teach peace and love, knowledge about the difference that can make to society, to those around them, how to teach compassion and putting others first. And they thought this all seems very common sense, but common sense isn't necessarily always common. And they now had a way they could teach about a way of life, a way of interacting with each other, a way of reducing suffering and anxiety, and increasing awareness of positives. And they took the book with them as they left that chamber and then left the ruins. They found their way back through the woods as the sun was setting. They found their way back to the hotel, spent the night in the hotel before setting back on the ship to their land, and then transferring to the small boat. travelling up the river, back to their castle, and then teaching and implementing these teachings from their castle out into the nearby town, and getting people to be able to teach these teachings far and wide, to help people to be able to look deeper rather than just at surface meaning of things, to increase compassion, love and kindness for others, helping to reduce anxiety, and helping to find ways forward from problems rather than becoming stuck in problems. And they gained great pleasure by teaching positivity throughout their land.